Good morning, everyone. Is my sound coming through okay? Test 1, 2, 3. There we go. All right, as chairman of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 10:05 a.m. This Zoom webinar is live streamed on YouTube on the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission YouTube channel. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, as well as Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in this meeting. Please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for today's meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available on our website, www.michigan.gov/micrc for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/micrc website, in addition to written public comment submissions. On that website, you can also find our public comment portal as well as our mapping comment portal. Members of the media who have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Executive Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov. For the public watching and the public record, I'll now turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending the meeting remotely. And unless your absence is due to military duty, announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or the village and the state from which you're attending the meeting remotely. I will begin roll call alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Present.
Commissioner Callahan.
Present from Mexico.
Commissioner Curry.
Present.
Commissioner Eid.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum.
Present and attending from Detroit, Michigan.
Commissioner Lang,
Present from Reed City, Michigan.
Commissioner Lett,
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Present.
Commissioner Orton,
Present.
Commissioner Zatella,
Present attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Commissioner Villette,
Present.
Commissioner Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Eaton Township, Michigan.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have a full house.
Thank you,
have
Ms.
quorum.
Young.
You're welcome.
We will now move to adopt the agenda. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view today's agenda on our website, www.michigan.gov/micrc. The agenda was sent out to commissioners in advance of this meeting, and once again is available on our website. I'll now entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
Second.
We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Orton to approve today's agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor of the motion to approve the agenda, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next on the agenda is public comments. If there is no objection, commissioners, we will begin the public comment portion for today's meeting pertaining to agenda topics. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we will proceed. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public comment to the commission will now be allowed. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say the host wants you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call you by your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, please note if you are experiencing technical or audio issues or we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio issues persist, you can email us at redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so you can participate during next meeting's public comments. Today, you will have 90 seconds to address the commission, and please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer go off. We have a few individuals who have signed up to speak virtually today. The first being Yusuf.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Good morning, Yusuf.
Good morning. Hi, commissioners. I want to reiterate my concerns regarding 3 maps that specifically target my Chaldean community. No to Satella, no to Heron, no to Starling. I was really shocked when a commissioner, one of your own colleagues, publicly and on record shows prejudice against my Chaldean people and dismissed my
Point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Commissioner Zatala.
We have a rule that says that the comments are supposed to be directed towards the commission as a whole, not towards individual commissioners. I would ask that Mr. Yusuf be directed to limit his comments to maps and not attacking individual commissioners.
Thank you, Commissioner Zatala. Mr. Yusuf, let's keep it to the maps, please.
Okay, can I have my time back?
Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay, so just out of respect for the commission, I will definitely keep it to the maps. I want to remind the commission that the court only struck down districts 1, 3, 6, 8, 10, and 11, not 9. Why, in an attempt to make those 7 districts constitutional, you make my district 9 unconstitutional and marginalize my Chaldean people? Why? Commissioners, make it simple for the people of Michigan and for yourselves too. Pass one of the map that only addresses the unconstitutional districts and leave Linden District 9 alone. Curry, Lane, Dove, pass one of these maps for simplicity. or the cardinal map 2 is fine for my Chaldean people. That's Curry, Lang, Dove, or Cardinal. I have faith in you that you will do the right thing and not suppress my Chaldean people's voices. Thanks, commissioners, for all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Youssef, for addressing the commission. Next up is James Gallant.
Excuse me,
Chair.
Mr. Chair. I just wanted to ask Mr. Youssef a question through you, apparently. Could he repeat the last two maps that he said? He said Curry Lane, and then there were two that I did not catch.
Sure, thank you, Commissioner Wagner. So it was Curry, Lang, Dove. These are the ones that leave District 9 alone, or the cardinal map is okay for my Chaldean people as well, because it closed the rest of the Sterling Heights.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. Okay, James Gallant.
Are you hearing me now?
We can, Mr. Gallant. Good morning.
All right. Thank you, James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. These are my opinions. Chair Eid, if this is the best you can do within the values of the Chaldean community, which I believe you claim to be, at following the Roberts Rules of Order approved by this commission and the instructions by Mike Brady, the Department of State, then please relinquish the chair now and let somebody else try to maintain the semblance of order that's required under the Constitution. You have now no motions pending to approve any maps. So therefore, it's out of order for you to amend any maps because that's a secondary motion. Please ask your Mr. Braden. I'm glad we got another opinion here, another attorney about page 3666, line 8. There shall be no debate before there's a motion second. And also page 49, your unanimous consent crap that you do. Okay. Now, lastly, you allowed the Mr. Fink to slip in his own policy onto the agenda and it was pending. And then it was what? Authored by subcommittee of, he said it wasn't even committee members or commission members. It was like MDOS staff. Who were those staff? Was that Secretary of State? That was a closed session subcommittee that brought that policy to you. And that's illegal against the Constitution. They're supposed to work at your direction, not you at their direction, which is how you're doing this. You should be making these directions and then telling them the policy you want and how you want it and what you want included and what you want excluded out of these policy recommendations. Same thing with Ed Woods. Over 2 or 3 meetings, you develop.
Thank you, Mr. Gallant. We appreciate your comments. Next up is Anthony Scannell.
Good morning, Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. Joining you remotely from Detroit. Last week I said the Heron map would split some of my family members right across from their neighbors across the street. I was mistaken. That was the Kellum map that would do that, but it's just an interesting thing there. They have a similar shape for the District 1, Heron and Kellum, I think. But I don't really care at the end of the day which map gets chosen. Because I don't really approve of any of them 100%. And I don't care who wins ultimately, because I already don't like them. I think they're corrupt, especially if they're part of these 2 parties that we have affiliates with everywhere. And so I don't care who wins. I don't like them. They're already corrupt in my eyes. But so I'm looking at the process really, and I see the chair or the vice chair calls for the motion for the secretary to call the roll for the final selection. Seems weird. So the motion will be made for secretary to call the roll. Now I think the motion is made to adopt a final plan, and then the secretary calls the roll. That's the motion isn't for the secretary to call the roll. It's to adopt the final plan. And I think if it comes to the potential ranking, I think that's an okay process.
Thank you, Mr. Scannell. Next up, we have Shayna.
That participant is not present.
Okay, thank you, Department of State. Do we have any in-person public comment at the moment? Doesn't look like it. That concludes today's public comment portion of our meeting. Please feel free to email public comments to the commission at redistricting@michigan.gov. We'll also be here at the Detroit Southfield Marriott tomorrow, and if needed on Wednesday. We're here in person for anyone who wants to come join us and watch this process play out live in person. We appreciate everyone who offers public comment in whatever way you choose and invite you to keep sharing your thoughts. Next up on the agenda are items under new business. If there's no objection, commissioners, we'll start with 5A, review of court order and the 7 ranked redistricting criteria. Is there any objection? Seeing none, we will proceed with new business item 5A. See, we have Mr. Riley and Mr. Braden here with us today. And Mr. Fink. Although I do not see Mr. There we go. Thank you for being here, guys. Please proceed.
Okay, and if I may, just before, I'm going to kick it over to Mr. Riley, but just to be clear here, you mentioned Mr. Riley and Mr. Braden. Of course, Mr. Braden is here to speak as to VRA. Mr. Riley is here to speak on the litigation side of things. As the public is aware and the commission is aware, there's a wall in place pursuant to the court's instruction. And so Mr. Braden, while he's here, will again speak as to VRA after Mr. Riley has concluded with his remarks. So they'll be speaking separately. So with that, with permission from the chair, I'll kick it over to Mr. Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Fink, and good morning, commissioners. It's great to see you all again. I have been asked to go again over the criteria by which the map that you enact will ultimately be judged in court, including at the remedial phase and in potential future litigation. Some of this will be repetitive. I apologize for that. I'm trying to streamline it as effectively as possible. I've also been directed to address a couple of discrete questions. And in addition, I would encourage commissioners to pose questions so that this is as helpful as possible. As I said in the past, my past comments, the single most important criterion for the commission to follow is to remedy the violation that the AG court found in its December order. I'll refer to that as the violation. And in this respect, look to core retention numbers. I believe those have been run. I have received some numbers. I don't know if I have the most recent ones, but you should examine any map that you're seriously considering that you might want to sponsor and make sure that the core retention numbers are low with respect to the challenged districts. And I'm specifically talking about districts 1, 3, 6, 8, 10, and 11. I'm less concerned about core retention numbers in non-challenged districts because those are being changed incidental to curing the violation. So there's not an inherent value in those numbers, but there is a value, a significant value in keeping the core retention low on the districts that were invalidated. As a rule of thumb, and I'm not speaking here as strictly as a legal matter, but I want to be helpful to give you practical rules of thumb in considering core retention. If it's 75% or lower, meaning that at least 25% of the district is different as compared to its Linden analog, I think you stand on very, very solid footing. We saw that in the House remedial phase. I think we'll see that again here. Districts higher than 75% core retention, I think you want to look at and ask yourself, why are those numbers higher than 75%? At this stage, we have a few districts. Most districts are lower than that, considerably lower in many cases. So overall, the maps, at least with the numbers I have seen, are looking very good. Where we see the highest core retention in some maps is in Senate District 11 in the northeast corner. And when you're reviewing that area in some of these maps, ask yourself, first of all, why is the district look the way that it does? And if you like the way that it looks and you want to sponsor the map or vote for it or what have you, I think you should explain on the record why it looks the way it does and why it remedies the violation, why these are non-racial considerations that are driving the line drawing. Secondly, however, you can consider at this stage changing districts still, especially if we're talking about minor changes to lower core retention and make a map in a more solid footing. I note, for example, the highest core retention that I have seen is in Senate District 11 in the Heron map, which is, I believe, at around 91% core retention. That number will draw scrutiny from the 3-judge court. There's an argument to be had, I think a cogent argument to be had, that it is, even though there's a high degree of retention, that it changes in a substantively important respect, in that in the Linden plan, Senate District 11 crossed 8 Mile Road, and in the Heron plan, it stops at 8 Mile Road. However, given the high number, I think if you're looking at that map seriously, and I know it has many great qualities, so I don't want to discourage you from considering that map. It has stellar partisan fairness numbers, for instance. But if you are seriously considering that map, you can consider at this stage changing Senate District 11 to drop the core retention number to make it more defensible in that respect. We'll talk a little bit later about logical outgrowth amendments and making changes at this stage. But suffice it to say, you have had some public commenters remark on the core retention in Senate District 11 being high. So I think you have a solid legal footing, if you want to lower the core retention in that district and make it more defensible. If you can do it in a way that makes sense. I don't think you should prioritize abstract numbers over realities. Don't make bizarre districts. Don't cross 8 Mile Road where you didn't before, for example. Don't string it out. But there may be ways with surrounding districts to drop the core retention in Senate District 11 lower. And I would say the same for other districts. If you find in your maps that have high core retention and you see opportunity to lower it, put it on a more solid footing. This is a federal interest at this point. It is the most important mission here is to cure the violation. So I think we should take this very seriously and consider options for changing districts now. That leads me to the second goal that you should have, which of course is not to introduce new racial considerations into map drawing, preferably none at all. If there are some, try to avoid doing it in a very meaningful way so that it's not predominant. If race predominates, we will have to defend the maps under strict scrutiny, presumably under the VRA. I don't have anything more specific to say about this. I don't have any reason to believe that there's any racial considerations in any maps at this point. Obviously, I don't know anywhere near what you all know about your maps. I was asked to address a question of risk in this department related to individual maps versus collaborative maps. And to be very precise here, I don't actually think there's a relevant distinction between individual maps and collaborative maps per se. The important distinction potentially is between plans where much of the line drawing did not happen on the commission's public record versus maps where most or all of it did occur on the commission's public record. There are risks if we have a map that was largely not drawn on the public record because, and I think there are two baskets of risks. One goes to the possibility of allegations of racial intent entering the line drawing. The three-judge court in this case, of course, is used to going to the commission's public record to discerning what the motives for the line drawing were. And there's a lot of uncertainty in my mind of how the remedial phase would progress if a lot of the lines were not drawn on the public record, and how the court might deal with that both procedurally and on the merits. So there are risks there that I think are difficult for me to quantify. A lot would depend on the quality of allegations by the plaintiffs that race had entered the line drawing. Of course, I have no way of knowing what they're going to say about that. But there are risks there where we do have questions of motive central. It's a lot easier to litigate these cases where you have a public record of what you did. And that happened, we saw in the Hickory litigation. There were arguments made that in the northeast corner of the metro area, race had predominated, and we directed the court to the record, and the record showed that there were communities of interest concerns and not racial concerns. The court agreed with us on that. So that's the type of litigation where there's going to be a risk if the map that you adopt was not drawn in the public record. There is a second risk, which I would view as more likely to arise in litigation down the road under state law, because we do have the requirement of the state constitution of the commission's business occurring in public. We know the Michigan Supreme Court has interpreted business in the Detroit News case to mean the development of maps. And so we're not sure exactly how far that goes or what that would mean, but there are risks and uncertainties there that do not attend to maps that were drawn in the public process. So again, the relevant distinction in my mind is an individual versus collaborative. It's between where the map was drawn and what's available on the public record about it. I see a question. I think I'm allowed to take it from Commissioner Satella.
Yes,
Yeah,
Commissioner Zotella?
I'm just a
Go
bit
ahead.
curious. So the Constitution specifically contemplates individual maps, and specifically allows them to be submitted. So doesn't that sort of negate your concerns about transparency, since the Constitution itself expressly contemplates that individuals can submit maps, and that those maps are eligible for vote? And then kind of a second point, which I'd like you to touch on as well, is, to the extent there might be concerns about an individual map, can't that individual commissioner just provide information to submit to the public record as to their thinking in drawing the map, which I think honestly everybody has done so far. I mean, Commissioner Orton, Curry, Lang, and Wagner, and myself have all presented our maps multiple times and submitted to the public record why we drew the districts the way that we did. So it seems like there already is a public record with respect to those maps. So I'm just curious about your comments on those points.
I'm happy to address that. And I think as to both points, I would say that you may well be right on both, but I don't know for sure. That's why I talk in terms of risk and not in terms of certainty. As to point one, you are correct that the provision is 14C. Enables each commissioner may submit one proposed plan for each type of district to the full commission for consideration. And as you say, that can certainly be read to endorse the kind of process that some maps have followed in, it's an individual map. And this speaks directly to the question, and maybe that speaks more clearly than the provision requiring all business to be at open meetings. That's a cogent position. On the other hand, one might argue that individual map doesn't necessarily refer to where it's drawn, but the prerogative of a commissioner to submit it. So there's some ambiguity there. There could be arguments different ways. And that's why I refer to it as a risk. I think a similar point follows on your second point, which is that commissioners can and certainly should present maps to the public, be very transparent about what they did. I would certainly defend that position aggressively in court if I were called upon to do that. But one could also imagine a world in which a court would want more in terms of actual line drawing information. And so, again, I think a lot would depend in that kind of case on the quality of allegations put forward to see whether it's justified, whether it's some type of discovery or evidentiary hearing or something like that. I don't know what it would look like. And so I'm speaking in terms of uncertainty and risks. And what we do know about the maps that were drawn in public, whether they're labeled individual or collaborative, is that those risks are minimal or non-existent. So that's kind of how I view that. I hope that's helpful in answering your question.
Yeah, it is helpful. But to just kind of flesh it out more, there's kind of two issues I see with that is, one, with respect to the individual maps and the risk. I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought there. So we'll drop that one for now. My other concern is with respect to what happens on the public record. I kind of feel like maybe that's not as ironclad as we like to think, because, we've certainly seen situations where people are maybe bringing in maps that are inspired by someone on the outside, and not necessarily saying that on the record. And so, the record itself is only as good as the candor of the person who's drawing the lines during the meetings, because if someone is drawing a district based on a community of interest that was submitted via map, but not mentioning that, then that also creates some vulnerability there as well. And then, all right, I think that's it for now. If my individual comment comes back, I'll pop back up again.
I certainly appreciate it. And again, what you're saying makes a lot of sense to me. I think, as you point out, even a map where the lines were drawn completely in public, there are risks on the margins, or maybe more than on the margins, of what's happening behind the scenes. I do think there is a legal distinction between members of the public and commissioners, because commissioners are state actors and members of the public are not. That doesn't mean that their motive can't become relevant, especially insofar as commissioners might share that motive or know of it or something like that. But it becomes more attenuated. Whereas, again, if we're talking about commissioners drawing lines, it's not on the record. You do have state action in that sphere that creates a risk that I do regard as somewhat distinct from the genuinely applicable risks of public commenters. But I see another follow-up question.
Yeah, sorry, I'm making you earn your money today.
We're here to answer questions. I want to help.
So I guess my point on the individual maps is that, and this is just kind of a follow-up, is that the fact that a map is an individual map, if the commission were to go through the 7 ranked criteria, decide that it meets that criteria, and based on public feedback is the best map, the fact alone that it's an individual map doesn't immediately give it grounds to challenge by somebody. There would have to be some underlying circumstances as well as you mentioned, that someone might be able to dive into on discovery. But in and of itself, the fact that it's an individual map, or, as I've said before, a map that's submitted to us maybe by an organization like Access or the NAACP, that alone isn't really grounds to challenge, is it? Someone just can't challenge because it's an individual map. They would have to have a basis for challenging, of saying that, maybe there was racial line drawing behind these districts or whatever the case might be. Is that accurate?
Think, if I understand your question correctly, I do agree with the point you're making. As I said at the outset, I don't think there's a legally significant distinction at all between an individual map and a collaborative map per se. And so in that respect, I don't care about that as a lawyer at all. Where the map was drawn is arguably distinct from that. And I think your question in the federal setting, I think you're right. the court would need cogent allegations of invidious motive to really open that up. I mean, speaking just generally in the remedial context, there are a lot of remedial redistrictings where there's no discovery and legislative maps are not usually drawn in public like the commission's maps are. So we would certainly make that point if we were called upon to defend such a map very vigorously. In the state setting, when you say someone wouldn't necessarily have standing to challenge, I don't know how standing would work. Certainly we might argue that there's no standing, there's no injury or something like that. In such a case, how that would pan out, I don't know. That again is why I just speak in terms of risks and uncertainty. So I'm not sure if that's responsive to your question. I hope it was.
Yes, it is. Thank you very much, Richard.
Okay. That leads me to the next item, which is compliance with the VRA, which I'm going to skip because you have Mr. Braden on the line. I have no idea what he's going to say about that because we are not speaking with each other about any of this representation, as Mr. Fink noted. Next, we go down to state criteria that, in our view, are not enforceable by the 3-judge court, but they're still quite important because there can be litigation down the road. And of course, these criteria may interact with federal issues. So the first, of course, is the communities of interest criterion. As I've said before, this really comes in a litigation perspective where communities of interest are being proffered as the basis for line drawing that differs from an assertion that there was a bad motive. Someone comes in and says there was a bad motive. We say, no, there were communities of interest reasons. And in this factor, what really matters is that the communities of interest bases are genuine, that they're supported in the record, and that they're non-arbitrary. I have every faith that that's how you're treating this, but do keep in mind, you know, we do look at the record very closely in this remedial phase when assertions are made at what kind of communities of interest were going into the plans. So as Commissioner Sotelo noted before, presenting your map, explaining the communities of interest, getting down and granular with what you did helps us defend your map. So I encourage that. I know it's easier said than done, but it really does make a difference in litigation. Next down, we have the incumbency criterion, which is effectively a criterion of blissful ignorance. You can't draw districts that either help incumbents or harm incumbents. And we have long taken the position that this just means that you ignore incumbency entirely. There was an assertion in the prior remedial phase for the House plan that incumbency considerations had entered the line drawing. This didn't end up being a very serious assertion. So I would encourage you keep that blissful ignorance and ignore the issue entirely. Next is partisan fairness. We have talked about this at some length. I'm going to try to avoid repetition, especially since I think you're getting more information about partisan fairness from Dr. Hanley later on. I would just reiterate that it largely becomes a question of degree and a question of justification. Further, the partisan fairness scores get from 0, the more justification you need for that. We don't know exactly where the lines are going to fall down, at what point the Michigan Supreme Court will say that the partisan fairness scores are simply too high, or what types of justifications are going to be needed. But when we're talking about low scores overall, for example, we have a lot of efficiency gap scores that are below 2. You're in an area, in my judgment, where a justification would need to be, could be minimal. You don't need a ton of justification for deviations from 0 that are that low. Once you get higher, I've noted the Dove plan has an efficiency gap over 4, like 4.6. I think that is a more vulnerable plan. I've said that before. If that were to be adopted, I think you might want to do more to justify the numbers there. That takes me down to the final criteria: city boundaries, compactness, et cetera. Draw tidy districts, follow city lines to the extent that you can. The maps, I haven't reviewed the maps exhaustively, but I have seen districts that look very nice and tidy, and strike me as very solid on this component. I would note, if you have odd shapes in some of your districts, that can provide a basis for the plaintiffs to try to allege that there's something racial going on. So the compactness criterion serves multiple functions for you. Again, overall, the districts that I'm seeing are very good looking. That covers most of what I wanted to say. I'm going to address two other items, and again, feel free to interrupt with questions. One is I was asked to address the commission's prerogative to make changes to maps at this time. It has long been our position that administrative law concepts inform and are effectively embedded in the Michigan Constitution in governing your role at this stage. And what you have in the Michigan Constitution are two competing notions that have to be balanced. On the one hand, the public comments that you have heard and the advice that you have received is fair game and should actually be considered. And therefore, it would be quite strange to read the Michigan Constitution to say that you can make no changes at all at this point. You've heard many, many things. You might want to act on it. And the point of entertaining public comments is to be able to act on it. And so we believe that the Michigan Constitution implicitly gives you the prerogative to make changes at this stage in response to public comments. On the other hand, there's a transparency interest that the public comment period serves, which is to provide notice of the types of maps that may be drawn. And so if you have a map at this stage that is so transformed as to be fundamentally a different map, then there's an argument to be had that the public comment process was actually violated. The notice process was violated because you've ended up adopting a map without fair notice. In administrative law, the logical outgrowth doctrine is what tries to harmonize these competing concerns. It's a very common type of litigation that happens with administrative agencies, including here in DC and the DC Circuit, where there are questions of how much change in a proposed government action is okay. And unfortunately, that tends to be an area of law that's governed more by standards than by hard rules. But if you understand the framework, that's going to guide you in what you do at this point. So as a general matter, I'm going to give some rules of thumb that I hope are helpful in a practical sense. First of all, if you're making changes to discrete districts or isolated regions, you're going to stand in a better spot than if large swaths of the Detroit area are getting changed. I know there's some ripple effect, but I also know that it's possible in some of these areas to limit changes to just one or two districts or a couple, maybe three districts. Those are going to stand on better footing. Obviously, you're better off if you're grounded in public comments than if you're going off and doing something that's different. The whole point of the logical outgrowth doctrine is to let you listen to the public and implement what they do. And if you're going and doing something that's not fairly grounded in what people have said to you on the record, then it stands in a more vulnerable spot than if it has fair, genuine grounding in the public comments. One final point I'll make is something of a qualification on this. As I talked about earlier, there are federal interests in play because of the remedial phase, because of federal law. So in my view, you're always going to be in the best spot if you're doing things in service of that federal interest. I talked about core retention. If you're lowering core retention in a district, that's in service of a federal interest. And the federal supremacy clause is going to override state interests and provide you the strongest justification for doing something at this stage. So if you're tailoring changes to getting core retention down or something federally important, you're on the strongest possible footing there. The last point that I will make, unless of course there are questions, is a little bit more subjective, but I think it is important to the litigation. Speaking as a litigator about to go back into court and defend your work, I know that there is a lot of diversity of views on the commission, as there should be, as is healthy, about which map is the best and which way to go in the process. And that's, as I said, very positive. I would encourage, if possible, the commission to ultimately make the compromises necessary to get a map enacted through the ideal voting process, where you have a majority vote, 2 members from each party, and 2 independent votes, the preferred Michigan way of adopting the maps. You've done that in the past. I think, although it's not strictly legally relevant, we're always in a better place in court if we can say this garnered lots of support, it passed in the ideal way, than if we're going to go in sort of one of the fallback enactment possibilities, the ranked choice vote or the random draw. Again, I don't think the 3-judge court should legally care about this, but I do think in terms of narrative, in terms of briefing, making our case, we are in the best footing if you can do that. I'm not going to tell you how to do that. I know it's very easy for me to say because I'm not the public policy maker. Michigan, you all have firm views that are grounded in good policy, and that should be encouraged. At the end of the day, I do think the Michigan Constitution also encourages compromise and reaching across the proverbial aisle to get the people's work done, and I'd encourage you to do that work. So that's all I have in mind to say. I'm happy to take any questions or cede the floor to someone else.
Mr. Riley, I have a quick question.
Yes.
It's kind of an outgrowth from the question that Commissioner Zatella asked earlier regarding public input on the maps. Can we take public input on these maps? Just generally speaking.
The Constitution expressly contemplates it. I believe it expressly requires it. You're supposed to listen to the public. Maybe I'm not understanding your question, but you've heard a lot from the public, and the whole process contemplates that you listen.
Well, I guess I'm a little worried about risk here, and less risk for me is better, in my eyes. So I'm kind of wondering, like, where is that line? I know that when we passed the Motown Sound map, the plaintiffs made an argument that an individual had, created a map, but I believe the court spoke directly to that argument. I'm wondering if you can just speak to what the court actually said about it.
So that's a fair question, and there are a lot of different pieces embedded in what you just said. I'm going to try to break them out. But speaking first of all to what happened there, the allegation was not just that you considered public input, but they actually alleged that the commission wholesale took a map that a member of the public drew and made only minor changes to that map and then adopted it as Motown Sound. And the problem with that allegation was that it wasn't true. So if you're talking about that type of thing where the commission were to effectively outsource its map drawing role and just take a public commenter's map and adopt it, or a group's map or something like that, that would concern me. But there's a wide gulf of difference between that and just taking public input and entering that public input into your map. And so what happened in the Motown Sound phase is that you all had drawn a map. An individual from the public had downloaded it and worked over it and changed. I forget the number. We actually quantified it. It might have been 8% of the map, something like that. And then he sent it back to you and you largely agreed with it. You actually entered it in. You didn't just take his block assignment file and adopt it as your own. You actually went in and made a lot of the changes that he suggested. And the court had no problem with that. That wasn't just taking wholesale someone's map and outsourcing your role. That was listening to someone who you believed had some good ideas. And again, that I think is encouraged. I would also go back to the Binarian litigation where the court had many positive things to say. This is the same three-judge court, had many positive things to say about the public comment process, where members of the public come and have their voices heard, and a lot of what they say is put in. The court, of course, recognized that some public commenters will be disappointed, but it did genuinely believe, and based on a very robust record, that you all are genuinely implementing public comments and that this is a sound, safe process and a healthy process. So I wouldn't discourage you all from listening to public comments in that more ordinary way based on an extreme scenario, which I don't even understand there to be any allegation that any of the maps in front of you have been adopted wholesale from someone else. I mean, I know a lot less than you all, of course, but I'm not particularly concerned about that. There was embedded in your comment a suggestion, it maybe is a little bit different, that I do also want to speak to, I think is important, which is that, you know, what if the public commenters who are telling you things have a motive that is problematic from the point of view of either federal law or state law, right? Like a public commenter might subjectively be considering race and telling you things, or a public commenter might have an incumbency protection goal or something like that, that you all are not supposed to consider. I think in this regard, the way to approach it practically is to listen to the comments and act based only on reasonable suspicions. If a public commenter is overtly telling you things that you're not allowed to consider, like keep my neighborhood in this district because that's going to help my incumbent win, right? On its face, you're seeing a consideration that you are not allowed to draw districts based on. And so that's a comment that you shouldn't be drawing districts based. You should disregard a comment like that. But if people have motives that you have no way of knowing, no way of discerning, I do not believe that a court will ultimately assign that to you. You are the state actors, you're the public official, it's your motive that counts. You need to be acting with the right motives, and you need to be weighing public comments based on their merit. Are they actually saying good, sound things about community that make sense, and follow them in that respect? I think if you do that, the risk of listening to the public and implementing their suggestions is quite low, and the benefits, I think, are substantial. And again, I'm confident that the Michigan Constitution expects that you're listening to the public. Does that answer your question, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. I see we also have a question from Commissioner Callahan.
Hi, yeah, I want to just be sure I clearly understand the risk you are outlining. a little bit earlier, talking about individual maps. And from what you said is like there's individual maps are completely allowed by the Constitution. There's absolutely nothing wrong with considering an individual map because that's allowed in the process. Where the risk was introduced, perhaps, arguably, could have been the process that the commission chose to follow, and that individual maps were allowed to be drawn. I don't want to say secretly because that implies a nefarious motive, right? But we established a process as a commission where those maps were not drawn in the public eye, which is a requirement for state business. And perhaps we could have mitigated that risk by establishing a process in which even individual maps were drawn during live meetings, albeit by one commissioner working alone. Whereas we chose not to do that. And so arguably we have introduced that risk with any individual maps that were completely drawn offline and then just submitted and explained. Is that the risk that you're trying to discuss there?
I think that's a nice encapsulation of what I was trying to say. The fact of something being an individual map is, as I see it, as a quasi outsider, is that some maps have a bird name and some maps have a name of a commissioner. And that I find quite unremarkable and uninteresting as a lawyer. What's interesting is how these different constitutional requirements of transparency fit together. As Commissioner Stella pointed out, there is reference to individual maps in the Constitution. There's also public requirement, and then you have this question of motive, which is important. So that's really what it is. And so the individual collaborative distinction isn't really, it's a little bit superficial. It's not really the important distinction. It's how the map was drawn and where it was drawn. So I think I do agree with what you're saying.
So we probably would have been smarter if we had done individual maps in the public view as well. And for the most part, our individual maps were not done that way. So they have some risk that maps that were drawn in public view arguably do not. I just want to be clear on that.
I think
because I'm like Commissioner Eden, I'm pretty risk averse as well.
I think that's a fair explanation. As Commissioner Sotelo pointed out earlier, there are defenses. Risk doesn't mean it's just over. Ignore these maps. That's the end. It means you have risk. I don't know how courts are going to view these questions. There are certainly cogent points to be made, but your language, I think, is a fair encapsulation of what I was trying to say, perhaps less concisely.
Okay. I think I saw Commissioner Zatella first, and then we'll go to Commissioner Lang.
Actually, I was first.
It was Commissioner Lang
was first.
Go ahead, Commissioner Lang. Thank you, guys.
Okay, I have two questions, actually. And you basically just said it was a slim thing for somebody doing their own maps, correct? I mean, it could be perceived, but you're not trying to imply anything, I hope.
Correct. No, yeah. Yes, that's very important. I have absolutely no reason to believe that any invidious motive actually is informing any lines of any districts of any maps there. That's not what I'm saying at all. I'm talking about a risk, because what happens is people who don't represent you, the plaintiffs, go in and they make assertions about you, and then we are called upon to defend them. And so we're at a stage now where, we've been asked to just sort of advise about risks. But I don't have any reason to believe that there's anything wrong in the substance with any of these maps.
Would you think that the risk would be low if somebody through this entire process has been very vocal about certain things, such as communities of interest, when mapping the process and different aspects of the constitutional amendment? If they've been vocal about that through this process, then it should, in your legal opinion, show a pretty good documented reasoning.
I think that's right. I certainly would argue that.
Okay. And then my other questions, I was trying to take notes as you were talking so I could come back to them. So just bear with me a second. When you were talking about the public comment and how we should listen to the public comment, I have a question, kind of a two-part. Would it be your legal opinion, I guess, that public comment, that we as commissioners kind of decide which public comment is, for lack of better words, legit and which isn't, that ultimately that's our decision?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
And what my encouragement in that respect is, like with all government decision making, act in a genuine and non-arbitrary way in making those distinctions. But I don't see much, if any, room for a court to come in and say, you know, you kept this community whole, but you really should have listened to these other public commenters and split it to keep that community whole. That just strikes me as well outside the bounds. And in fact, the three-judge court did rule that. There was a ruling in the Benarian case where the plaintiffs had actually tried to argue that you chose the wrong communities of interest, and the three-judge court held that that was a non-justiciable political question. And so the public comments and how to judge them and weigh them is very much in your wheelhouse.
okay. And then the last question kind of goes back to one of the constitutional criteria about the incumbents. So if a candidate did submit a map and they're a candidate, it would not be in our best interest to copy that map, correct? I mean, couldn't then the argument be, if they were a known candidate, then couldn't the argument be that we were helping?
Well, so this gets into the degrees, right? If you know a candidate for office gives you a map, and you know that person is a candidate for office, you want to stay away from that, right? Because you have this criteria not to help or harm incumbencies. Helping a challenger is likely going to violate that criteria. And what becomes more interesting is you don't know. And I think a world in which you're truly blind, you have no reason to know, it's hard for me to imagine a court could say that you violated the Constitution. You're the state actor, that person did a bad thing. And I'll be very clear, I would discourage any members of the public from acting in this way. But it's hard for me to believe that map should be thrown out on that basis. You're asking about an intermediate step, where what if there's public information that you had reason to know, but you don't actually know? And that's just a gray area. I think, again, it's hard for me to believe that without actual knowledge and an actual motive, because it's really about your motive, why you drew the lines the way you did. It's hard for me to believe a court would throw something out based on something you genuinely didn't know. But it just becomes more murky. At the end of the day, I think you are best off, taking public comments in and making marginal changes based on discrete communities. I think is going to be more defensible than taking just a massive, a whole map we talked about earlier, or broad swaths of a map or something like that is maybe a little bit more risky. Does that answer your question?
I think it does. And thank you for addressing all three. That's all I have.
Great. So I see
Commissioner
one.
Zatella?
Yeah, so I just want to clarify, and certainly if someone drew an individual map and this is not accurate, let me know, but I don't think we really have a situation here where we've had any individual map that someone was taking and completely redrawing in private. Number one, all the maps are based on the Linden. So to the extent there were districts outside of Metro Detroit that are the same as the Linden, those are all collaborative. And then with respect to the individual maps, I mean, I'm gonna pick on Commissioner Orton again, but my understanding with Commissioner Orton is she took the Crane map, made some changes that she preferred to it, and then that became her individual map. And I know I did the same thing with my map. I also worked off of the Crane and then made changes to the Western districts, and a few changes for communities of interest. And then Commissioner Lang, Commissioner Wagner, I don't want to speak for you, but my point is merely that all of these maps seem to all be based on collaborative maps and then changes made to it. So I think in terms of the risk, I think the risk is actually very low, because there is a record of them being drawn as collaborative, and every single person who came back in said, I based my map off of this map, and then talked about the changes they made in addition to that. So it's certainly not a situation where someone is completely outside coming in and just dropping a map. That does not seem to be what happened with any of the individual maps in this case, unless I'm wrong and someone did something different, but that's kind of what I've seen.
So I think those are very helpful points. Certainly, we would advance those aggressively in litigation if called upon to do so. And so I think, what you're saying makes sense to me. One other point that I will add, just for the record, one of the part of the commission's obligation to do its business in public, of course, is that it's getting legal advice that normally would not be public, and it's quite prejudicial, which puts me in an odd spot, of course, in trying to answer all of these questions. But I will just note for the record, because I do fully expect to do this, if we were called upon to defend a map drawn as you described, Commissioner Sotelo, we would also make the argument that the limited time pressures that you had an artificially limited period to do your redistricting because of the remedial setting. We would argue that justifies this choice as well. I don't know what a court would do with that, but I think particularly in state litigation, that could be a very compelling point.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Riley? Commissioner Kellum.
Hi, Mr. Riley. You're going to have to bear with me because I don't really know what my question is, but I know that I want you to speak to this, so I'm going to feel this out as I'm speaking. It's less about individual maps. I think what my brain is trying to process is, and this is going to kind of be like a slow walk. So one, can you restate what the court found to be faulty? And I know this already, but this is a part of my thinking. What the court found to be wrong with the Linden map that we drew. That's the first thing.
Yes, and I would start by saying that it's not germane to this. We've been talking about individual versus collaborative maps. It's not relevant to that because it was drawn on the public record, and the court is, read it all and made its findings on that basis. The court found in the districts that I named that racial considerations were the predominant reason that a large number of people were drawn into or out of the specific district, again, the specific districts that I named, and that the commission lacked substantial justification for that race-based choice because that choice was not narrowly tailored to the interest of complying with the Voting Rights Act.
Okay, great. And so in the process of us redrawing and taking in public comment, that process and that procedure is so that we are, as a commission as a whole, redrawing the maps from that standpoint, not from our individual ideas, but really pulling in the public as a reference for map drawing. Would you agree with that statement?
I agree with it mostly. I don't think that your individual ideas are necessarily bad ideas. I don't think that in terms of community, you know a lot about Detroit, you have ideas about it based on that. The Constitution doesn't foreclose that, but the other part, but both can be true. In other words, you can be listening to the public, putting what they're saying in, but you can have individual ideas as well. But other than that, I think I agree with your statement. So I don't know if that's helpful.
No, it is. Just there should be some sort of hybrid. I would hope, though, at least from my standpoint, we are listening to the public more than we would be using our own individual judgment as it relates to communities of interest. But because we are commissioners, the metrics, the numbers, that process is more germane to us. So there's this influence, kind of like this marrying between public ideas of communities of interest in their neighborhoods, their areas, their influence, their engagement with the map process, and then bringing our expertise, so to speak, from the logistical standpoint. And I guess because what I'm thinking about is what matters most in this process is the intention of our drawing and us being able to codify what we've been listening to with fresh ears, yes, from the first round of maps, but in this process of redrawing that we're combining what we've heard before, using what we know now, and drawing from the standpoint of, yes, communities of interest as a whole matter all over the Metro Detroit area, but we were also sued by a certain group of people. And so there should maybe be a focus on those communities while not isolating other public comments and communities that have contributed to the process.
So I think I agree with that. I don't know that there's a sharp legal underpinning to what communities you really focus on. Obviously, you're looking at a specific area because that's where districts were invalidated, right? And then you're changing the invalidated districts and you're changing surrounding districts as needed to make the invalidated districts new. And that's your core remedial function. They need to be different. In many ways, the remedial function is less concerned with why they're different than that they are different.
Okay.
As long as there's not new racial ingredients. The point is that going back to what you asked me to begin with, the Linden districts, said the court, were race-based districts. And so you've got to wipe those clean and draw new districts where that prior racial intent is cut off. It's no longer there. And as I began with, the way to do that is to make the districts different, get the core retention down. That's where you talked about numbers. That's a very important number for you to be looking at, core retention, get it down. But then, of course, the question becomes, well, what should the districts look like? And that's where your state criteria come in, your communities of interest, compactness, partisan fairness. And you need to be balancing all of those criteria. They all need to make it in. And there's a body of citizens, yourselves, who are tasked with that very difficult function. But you're balancing all of these things. And there is in the law a realm of discretion for you to make those choices. Which public comments do you think are most accurate in reflecting community of interest? Which interests do you think are the most compelling? That is within your wheelhouse. And everything that you said to me in terms of you want to be really focused on the African American communities in Detroit, the plaintiffs group, or however you want to say that, I think is within your discretion to do.
Okay, cause basically, thank you. I was, in this process in our deliberation, and I think you spoke to that mostly, I think it'll be important for us to kind of go back to basics as to why we're redrawing. And, my hope in asking that is so, especially with all the different maps that we have and the comments that we've gotten this round, and they've been a little more strange in terms of the process. And so I don't have another word right now other than strange. So I think it was important for me to hear, and maybe it was relevant for other commissioners, but not so much for some, but relevant to talk about the process, what we're supposed to be drawing for, even refreshing ourselves on what we truly mean by communities of interest, which I think is sort of a problematic term in that, yes, we're not drawing, we haven't drawn using race, but I think it has developed into kind of like a code phrasing for marginalized communities, and in some a way for majority communities to use it to talk about their area, which is fine. We welcome all public comments, but I think because of that, some listening, some choices, things have gotten conflated. So just even thinking about this concentration of comments and also thinking about how the VRA plays into this, about the suburban areas, and then thinking about those marginalized communities and the intention of why we're drawing against process and criterion. So again, that's why I said it's not a very salient thought that I have just yet, but
Yeah, and it may be just better directed to your colleagues than to the legal team, because how you judge what is a compelling and meaningful comment, what is a comment that you think might have some motive that you're concerned about, is, I think, going to be up to you all. And there's a point where the lawyers need to step inside and let you do your work.
yeah.
So I don't have anything specific to say about what you said. Obviously, you want to avoid introducing new racial goals into your map. If you're concerned that something is afoot there, then that's something you should take into account. At the same time, I don't think that communities of interest can be discounted or should be discounted just because they have a racial angle to them. And the Supreme Court made this point in Miller versus Johnson, where it said, there is such a thing as community that has a racial component to it. And on that, my encouragement is you need to look past race, look beyond race, look to geography, look to neighborhood. If race is a small part of that, that's not the same thing as what the court found last time, where targets were being hit that were abstract racial targets. And frankly, the court was upset that it believed that those targets were being hit at the expense of community. The commission didn't really believe that it was uniting communities that were similar. That's how the court viewed the record. And so I don't view the court's holding as being antithetical to considering communities that happen to be comprised predominantly of members of one racial group on that basis. They have their needs, they have their interests, they have their voice. They deserve to be listened to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Riley, I believe before I ask my question, you were about to go on to a different topic before turning it over to Mr. Braden? Or is that?
I have nothing else to say. I'm here to answer questions.
Are there any more questions for Mr. Riley? All right, Mr. Riley, I think that about does it.
Yeah.
Thank you again for the advice. We appreciate it. Hope everyone learned something from that conversation and it helps with our deliberations process. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to item 5B, Voting Rights Act compliance. This item will be facilitated by our VRA counsel, Mr. Mark Braden, if there is no objection from the commission. Is there any objection, commissioners? Seeing none, we'll move on. Hello, Mr. Braden.
Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, Chairman. I was directed by the court to provide advice to the commission on compliance with the Federal Voting Rights Act. I was specifically directed not to work in conjunction with your outside counsel, my partners at Baker and Hostetler. We are cabined off, so I cannot and I'm not in a position to advise you on any issue other than compliance with the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act basically, again, I think this is familiar ground to the commissioners, and so I will go through it relatively quickly. But the Voting Rights Act mandates that minorities communities have an equal opportunity to elect their candidates of choice to the majority white community. How that is reviewed and enforced goes through the lens of a case called Thornburg versus Jingles. And that framework, as announced there, has since the 1980s been the framework for determining whether or not district plans comply with the Voting Rights Act. And that's a three-step process of preconditions. You have to have a area in which it is physically possible to create a compact or reasonably configured district that would be a majority minority voting age population. The minority group must then also show that it's politically cohesive. In other words, that the majority of that community regularly votes for the same candidate, and that the majority, the white community, regularly votes as a bloc to frustrate the ability of the minority community to elect its candidates of choice. Those are three preconditions. And then if you meet those three preconditions, then there's a totality of the circumstances analysis as to whether or not the system, looking at the overall political environment and economic environment and social environment of that geographic area, provides an opportunity to the minority community to elect its candidates of choice. Where we are in this case is, it seems to be clear that the court, most importantly, but also the plaintiffs and the commission, agree that there's legally significant polarized voting in this area of Michigan. And so there's a requirement under the Jingles analysis to determine or not whether a particular plan complies with the Voting Rights Act. So again, what I'm not doing is reviewing plans for compliance with the Michigan constitutional requirements. When I look at the plans, and from my perspective, I'm looking at them based upon the assumptions that the ones I'm being asked to review are reasonably configured, and that race was not impermissibly used in their creation, because that would not be a reasonably configured district. Reasonably configured districts are districts that you have drawn that comply with the Michigan constitutional requirement and the various other federal requirements. So how do we do this? What's the method we're using? And basically, we're trying to determine whether or not the minority community has this sort of reasonable, equal opportunity to elect candidates of its choice. We're looking at this principally looking at it through primary election results, because our panel in this case has determined that in this area, Democratic candidates virtually always win these elections in question here, and that looking at the polarization and performance of districts only in a general election doesn't really answer the question of whether or not the minority community has an equal opportunity to elect. So we're looking at this in the context of primary election results, trying to determine whether in the primary elections, the minority community has an equal opportunity to elect. That's more difficult to do in Michigan than it is in many other states. The geography of the state is such, and the political geography of the state, and the partisan breakdown of the electorate is such that looking at just general election results is very difficult, and looking at primary results in many cases is virtually impossible because we don't have sufficient primary results to do the type of statistical analysis that have been traditionally done in voting rights cases. So we have undertaken a different approach to look at this, and we're looking at the actual primary electorate and the primary turnout to make a determination. And our view being that in a district where the majority of the voters in that particular district are Black, that by definition in the primary, they have an equal opportunity to elect their candidate of choice if they're a majority of the district. And then we also look at the other factor, which is whether their potential is there too. In other words, we're looking at the more closely calibrated number, which is the actual turnout in particular elections. There's a number of ways to do this statistically. And then we're also looking simply at the simpler number to come by, which is the actual number of potential Black Democratic primary voters versus white voters in a district. So we've got both the actual showing up in a series of elections and the potential of them showing up. And then we simply look at those numbers and make a determination of how many districts the minority community, Black community is to a large degree virtually assured, assuming they're politically cohesive, to elect their candidates of choice. So that's the framework for this analysis. It's focused, unlike in the initial line drawing process, it's focused now on the notion of primary election results being determined in this geographic area in most cases. So you've heard this before. It's the sort of the rewind of the tape machine, assuming anybody has a tape machine now, of my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions. I think where we are now basically is just to go, we don't have the charts up or the plans up or the numbers analysis, which once you adopt plans, we'll do all of that. But basically, I'm very comfortable that the districts, that the plans which have four or more districts, or 4 districts that have majority electorate, Black electorates in the primary, those plans comply with the Voting Rights Act. I'm quite comfortable on that fact. If you have any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Mr. Fink?
Yeah, we have an updated chart from Dr. Palmer that just has the 12 maps under consideration. I can ask Dr. Palmer, I believe he's on, he can share that, or I'm happy to just share the screen just so everybody can visualize. Again, just the 12 plans that are under consideration, because I believe the last time Dr. Palmer and Mr. Braden were on, we had more maps that were still under consideration. So, Dr. Palmer, if I see you now.
Sure, I can share that chart. All right, here is an updated chart of just the 12 maps that we've been discussing. As you can see, the top 9, and they're just sorted alphabetically, all have 4 performing districts under both measures. And then there's a little bit of variation for the bottom 3 plans. And the full data with the names matching now to these names from the older names are all up on the commission website where you can get all the detailed spreadsheets.
Thanks for sharing that, Dr. Palmer. Just wanted to give the commission the opportunity to begin to visualize it. See if there were any questions.
Commissioner Lang?
Yeah, is this an updated evaluation?
No, this should be the exact same as the plans as evaluated. They've just been renamed with the numbers and all, but it should be the same data as you've had before.
Okay, can you explain the DEM primary pool as opposed to the DEM primary turnout?
Sure. So these are the same 2 measures we've been using all along, including for the House analysis. So the DEM primary turnout is we're trying to analyze the makeup of the primaries in recent primaries by race. So we're trying to estimate the number of Black, white, and other voters who turned out to vote in the Democratic primaries using actual primary data. So the number of voters who participated in the primaries across this area, trying to estimate turnout by race, and then trying to estimate under these boundaries what percentage of the voters based on past turnout would be Black, white, or other, and then saying that it performs under this Democratic primary turnout measure if under both of the primaries that we're examining, a majority of the Democratic primary voters would have been Black. The Democratic primary pool measure, on the other hand, tries to estimate the number of Democratic voters in each district. That is the potential people who could participate in the Democratic primary, and says, is the majority of those voters, or is the majority of the voters who could participate in the Democratic primary Black? They generally agree at a very high level. As I see a little bit of variation, but not very much.
Okay, so in layman terms for me, because some of the stuff gets a little, basically it's saying, I'm going to use my map because that's what I'm looking at.
Sure.
It says that there's 4 districts that would be VRA compliant, correct?
Between 3 or 4. So these are 2 different measures, both trying to get at the same concept of VRA compliance. So it's not that one is a perfect measure. We're trying to get at the same concept 2 different ways because we don't have one perfect way of measuring this.
Okay, so that leaves me with so many more questions from when I was drawing the maps, and yeah, I'm just, never mind. I'm gonna stop.
Mr. Braden and Dr. Palmer, I have a question. During some of our public comments, we heard some folks say that while most of them have 4 VRA districts, some folks said that four isn't always equal, that some were stronger, a stronger four than maybe a weaker four. I'm just wondering if you two could speak on that a little bit, on if, is a four, or are there some stronger fours and some weaker fours?
So we're classifying or just counting the number of districts where it's greater than 50%. But that could be, it could be there's 50.1% Black voters in a district would count, or it could be 55% Black voters in a district would count, or it could be 60%. And so some of the commenters might be describing strength that way. You can get the full numbers for each plan in the individual spreadsheets. That would give you the actual percentages for each district. If you'd like more detail of the breakdown across plans and some way to compare them, we could do that as well, though we didn't do that when assessing the house plans. That's certainly something we could do.
Yeah, it really is a question of when you talk about stronger or weaker, we have elections. And surprisingly enough, all the predictions in the world, without exception, will occasionally be incorrect because those pesky voters vote the way they want to vote. And prior election results are predictive, but not determinative. The actual election is what determines. So is a district weaker or stronger for the election of the the Black candidate of choice? What factors you're talking about? A overwhelmingly Black district could not elect the candidate of choice of the Black community if you couldn't identify a candidate of choice of the Black community. In other words, there were 3 or 4 candidates running in a district that had significant Black support, but not majority Black support. And then you could have a candidate that had very little Black support, and that person could win that election with white support. So there are none of these measures are in any way, shape, or form guarantees of success. They're guarantees, I think, to a large degree of an equal opportunity to elect. That equal opportunity is an examination of the process and the structure of elections. It's not necessarily a predictor of how successful different political groups will be and how they will coalesce. The Voting Rights Act doesn't guarantee any election results, and you can create districts that are structurally fair, but the local political environment is such that they can't coalesce around. There are multiple candidates running from different parts of the Black community, and a white supported candidate could win. That's just a reflection not of the structure of the districts, but a reflection of the lack of political cohesion, which the Voting Rights Act in that sense doesn't deal with. It involves fair structures, not who wins the election or not necessarily. I know that seems strange in some people's minds, but we're looking at came up with an underlying system that provides an equal opportunity. We can't, nor would we want to opine that any particular election result will be the election result. Any one of these districts, the Black candidate who wasn't the choice of the Black community could possibly win. Just would be the chance of that would be quite remote in some cases, or at least less than 50-50 for sure. I guess I probably have used my one favorite cliche, which is there is in fact a difference between social science, political science, and and they're traditionally called hard sciences. We know what oxygen atoms and hydrogen atoms do at a certain temperature, and they do the same thing every time. Guess what? In elections, voters do different things pretty much universally than often, or at least often enough to be sure that we can't predict with any degree of assurance what particular results will be with particular candidates in particular elections. We can only look at probabilities based upon past results. Predicting the futures actually accurately requires a very clear crystal ball, which isn't available to us.
Thank you. Are there any more questions for our VRA council? Okay, thank you, Mr. Braden.
Thank you.
All right. Next on our agenda is is new business item 5C, partisan fairness. If there is no objection, we have Dr. Lisa Hanley with us today to facilitate this item. Is there any objection, commissioners? Hearing none, please proceed, Dr. Hanley.
Is it possible to share my screen? Let's see. Have I done something wrong? Is this what I want to share? Okay. Do you see that? Have I done this correctly? Do you see the state Senate plans that you're considering?
We do.
Okay. So we selected 4 partisan fairness measures. These measures get at different aspects of fairness, and as a result, different plans score differently, let's say more fair or less fair, depending on which of the measures that you're looking at. Not only do the different measures matter, it also matters what elections you're looking at. So some elections will produce vastly different scores for each of these plans than other elections, even if you're talking about the very same plan. And that's true not only of the individual elections, but it's true of how you go about aggregating those elections. And we saw that when you compared, for example, the EDS composite score that considered all of the elections and weighted them by year compared to the Voters Not Politicians aggregate index that only looked at the 4 closest contests of the statewide contests that could have been considered. So these things are the kinds of things that affect the scores that we're looking at. The first thing that I want to say is here are the scores for the measures, for the plans that you're considering. These scores vary some, and of course, the higher the score, the less fair the plan is on that particular measure. But the courts have not come up with a bright line for us in terms of what plans are fair and what plans are not fair. So we don't know where the courts would put that dividing line. But we do know that these scores are not outliers when you compare these scores to scores across the US in terms of state legislative plans across the US. None of these scores are outliers. Some of these scores are higher than others. None of them are outliers. But go back to what Richard said, the lower the score, the safer the plan, the easier it is to justify. But here are essentially all of the scores that we've talked about in one place. And I'm not going to describe how these scores came about or anything unless you want me to. Instead, what I want to do now is just answer any questions that you might have about these scores.
Are there any questions for Dr. Hanley? I see Mr. Morgan has his hand raised.
Dr. Hanley, I think it's only showing 11 plans on the map on the screen.
Uh-oh. This is not actually, yeah, this is not the one that I wanted to show. I haven't.
It could be that it just needs to be moved up one cell. I think the row 2 might have it. There you go. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Commissioner Zatella?
Dr. Hanley, is it possible for you to run a sort on this by sorting the efficiency gap and then the mean median from highest to lowest?
Yes.
Sorry, from lowest to highest, the other way.
I've done that. Let's see if I can pull that up. Give me a second here. I'm not finding it quickly. I'll just do it in real time, I suppose. The problem is I can't do it with this because of the, it doesn't include, you have to put negative for the Democrat to get it to sort. I'm not finding it right now, but I have done this. But it looks like I can't find it right now. Anyway, I can certainly send it to you. But it can't be done easily with what I've got here on what I had on the screen because it marks Democrat and Republican versus negative versus positive.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Hanley, are there any maps you're concerned about, or are there any of these configurations that have any outliers, or are there any that are more risky than any other ones, in your opinion?
They cluster pretty close together. The one exception, both I and Richard have mentioned, and that's the efficiency gap on the Dove plan. But otherwise, everything is clustered pretty close together. The Dove plan is also at the further side of the lopsided margin. So that's the plan that might be the hardest to justify, but the least safe. On the other hand, it still doesn't look like the kind of plans that we have seen challenged as partisan gerrymanders elsewhere in the country.
Okay, thank you for that. Any more questions for Dr. Hanley?
As soon as we get
Is
off,
there any metrics, Dr. Hanley?
I was just
You're
gonna say, as
muted.
soon as we get off, I can send this.
We still can't hear you.
Commissioner Eid, I can hear her online and I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we
There
can
you
hear
go.
you online.
Okay, all right. I'm going to send this table and I'm going to search for the sorted table for you and send them as soon as I find them. I'll send them to Ed. He can hand them out.
Okay, that'd be great. And thank you again for being with us, Dr. Hanley.
You're welcome.
All right, commissioners, we've been going for about 2 hours now. How about we take a 10-minute break and come back to hear the public comment analysis? We do need to get to that before lunch, which is at 1 p.m. today. So quick 10-minute break and we will come back. 2-minute warning, everyone. Gonna get going in 2 minutes. Please take your seats. All right, everyone, welcome back. All right, next on the agenda is new business 5D, public comment analysis. If there's no objection, commissioners, I'll ask Executive Director Woods to facilitate this item. Are there any objections? Seeing none, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Ede. Hold on. Test, test.
Can you hear me? There we go. Great. Thank you. We're very happy to have two distinguished people come back and grace our presence again from the University of Michigan Close-Up Program, the Center for Local, State, and Urban Policy. And we have the two people with us today are none other than Elizabeth Gelman and Eddie Plott. And we also want to give out a shout out to Tom Ivacco, who's the executive director of the program, the inaugural executive director of the program, for providing this resource. If you remember, one of the parts of the lessons learned that we did in the first go around was a desire to have an aggregate of all of the public comments, And this great team of Elizabeth Gelman, Danielle Hamer, and Edward Plott, also known as Eddie, did this analysis for us as they were mentored by Tom Ivacco. Just a little bit of a background. Elizabeth Gelman is a policy analyst helping the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission incorporate public comments in the Senate map redraw process. She recently earned a Master's of Public Policy at the Ford School, class of 2024, and holds a BA in psychology from Wesleyan University. Elizabeth is interested in social policy at the state and local levels with a focus on equity and access. Edward Webray Plott is the coordinator for the Close-Up Public Comment Team. Eddie has a BA in History and Political Science from Rice University and a Juris Doctorate, Commissioner-led from Michigan Law School. Edward co-authored a student note on the MICRC's approach to communities of interest in the Michigan Journal of Law Reform, set to be published, if it hasn't been published already, with regard to the May 2024 edition. Without further ado, let's give a warm welcome to Eddie and Elizabeth as they present their findings for the Senate public comment period process. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Woods, for the introduction. Hello, commissioners. It's great to be back. So our first memo that we presented for you, I'm going to let Elizabeth screen share our second memo. The first memo we presented for you last month had to do with public commentary, aggregating public commentary on communities of interest. We went through and tried to sort the common trends for how communities, especially in jurisdictions and neighborhoods, commented on how they self-identified and what they really wanted to preserve. This memo was focused on public reaction to the 12 different draft maps. So we started from the May 21st hearing through the close of business on Friday of last week, June 21st. We analyzed over 1,100 comments from 325 unique commenters, assessing more than 3,500 total points across those comments. Now, the biggest trends that came up in preference for maps were partisan fairness and keeping personal jurisdictions and communities of interest whole. From our analysis, we had some maps appear as more positively than others. We had close to 900, close to 1,000 comments come from the mapping portal directly. There were the three portals that people submitted public comments to were the mapping portal, of course, the Moonduchin public comment portal, and then we also went through commission transcripts and got comments from those public hearings. We had over 80 from the public comment portal and over 80 from the hearing transcripts, but nearly 1,000 came from the mapping portal. I just want to note that there were about 200 comments that came into that we received on Sunday from the last day of the mapping portal that did not make it into this analysis. I just want to clarify that we're going to be sending an updated memo with those 200 comments. However, I read through those comments this morning, just at a brief, a glance of their respective takes, and they should not have changed any of the trends that we analyzed here in any meaningful way. For the most part, it was mostly repeat commenters or any unique commenters that did post for the first time, basically follow the existing trends. I'm going to run through our process very quickly so we can get to the actual takeaways that y'all might be interested in. Our goal was faithful reporting of the comments. We did use a unique commenter coding system to mark when comments came from unique commenters. We did not filter out any comments, even if they appeared to be similar in template or in format or come from similar advocacy groups as other comments. Our goal was to just faithfully report what each comment said. Moreover, because we did it on a unique commenter system, commenters could not make multiple comments across the different platforms and affect the tally for a particular map more than another. The way we did this was we used a metric that we're calling net favorability rating, where a unique commenter could express interest or disinterest in a specific map. And we would aggregate their opinions across all of their comments. Like, let's say they say they're a fan of the Satella map 12 times across the different platforms. They say they dislike Dove and say they dislike Crane. They would have that unique commenter would only affect the count for Satella one time, for Dove one time, for Crane one time, up or down. Then after doing that, we use the unique commenter profiles to determine which maps had the highest favorability rating. It was basically unique likes minus unique dislikes was the basic metric. I'm not a big math person, but I found it straightforward enough to follow, and it makes sense that a person could not continually submit comments in support of a map and have, say, an outsized effect on the perception of that map. After we noted a commenter's opinion on a particular map, we wrote a brief summary sentence, because oftentimes their comments were covered a lot of different topics or covered a lot of different maps. We did a brief summary sentence, for example, Satella protects downriver communities. And then we submitted those close to 900 justification sentences to the University of Michigan GPT AI to qualitatively assess the trends that came out of those sentences. We did this sort of in line with what we see as AI best practices, which is using the AI as a third-party objective tool to best summarize the trends on the first pass. So it's not our own subjective biases. We hand-coded every map, but sometimes you might remember one thing more than another. So it's good to have the AI aggregate on the front end, and then we always performed a human check of trends on the back end to make sure that the AI was not hallucinating anything, was not overstating a certain trend. The goal was to have objective front end with confirmation on the back end. And with that, I will pass it to Elizabeth, who is going to start walking through some of our map analysis.
Great. So let's get into the actual maps. Let me scroll down to a lovely little chart. So our analysis using net favorability ratings brought 4 maps to the forefront: Satella, Heron, Kellam, and then Cardinal. And so as you can see from this chart, Satella, Heron, and Kellam were the only ones with positive ratings. And then Cardinal, while it has a negative rating, it's a key map because there were a lot of comments on it and in both directions, which we'll get into later. So starting with Satella, of the 325 unique commenters, 168 commented on Satella. And as you can see, it was the most popular map with a net favorability rating of 114. So that's 141 in support and 27 in opposition. On partisan fairness, over 100 commenters praised this map for this criterion. Then in terms of geographic representation, commenters felt that it was a good representation of Wayne and Oakland counties, as well as Southwest Detroit, and it also maintained community integrity in Detroit. However, some also brought up concerns about the division of certain communities, so especially the Chaldean community and the handling of Taylor and Farmington Hills. And then many commenters also praised the map for its representation of COIs. So in particular, the Latinx and MENA communities, but then there were also concerns about splitting the Chaldean and Arab communities. And we go into more detail here. Then Heron, I'll keep it on this overall overview chart, but Heron, so of the 355 unique commenters, 169 commented on Heron, so similar number as Satella. This was the second most popular. So the rating of 87 is 128 commenters in support and 41 in opposition. It was also widely praised for partisan fairness, and then also praised for protecting cities in Wayne and Oakland County, like Pontiac. Some comments raised concerns about splits in Sterling Heights and Troy, and issues with combining it with districts containing Detroit residents. Then on the COI front, Heron was also overall seen as really protective of various COIs. And I'll pass it back to Eddie for the other bunch.
Great. So I'll pick up on the Kellum map, which was the third highest net favorability rating. The Kellum map, even though it did have the third highest rating, just did not have the same number of commenters on it as the first two popular maps did. Only 69 of the 325 commenters actually commented on the map. There were 54 in support and 15 in opposition, which means even though it was very popular, the proportion of popular comments was comparable to both Heron and Satella. There just weren't as many comments overall. As far as the partisan fairness commentary was not quite as strong as the Satella and Heron maps. Although, of course, I think Dr. Hanley mentioned that it was less a commentary on that it would fail a partisan fairness metric under the constitutional criteria, but more just that the first two maps had even better, in the mind of many commenters, the partisan fairness numbers. Where the map did very well was in commentary on geographic representation and on communities of interest. Commenters really like the protection of Oakland County and Wayne County communities, surrounding Detroit communities. The downriver communities were a big fan of the map. There were some comments about the map combining areas that might not share common interests, particularly Harper Woods, Grosse Points, St. Clair area with Detroit. There's some commentary of that. Communities of interest in general. There was a lot of popular commentary from Latinx communities. Some, not the same level of commentary from Chaldean commenters as on Satella and Heron, but there was some sense that the Kellum map might split parts of the Chaldean community. Next, I'll talk about Cardinal, which, even though, as you see, it did not have the same positive net favorability rating, it was the most commented on map. There were 181 unique commenters, which was more than either of the two most popular maps. There were 75 commenters in support and 106 in opposition. And the most common criticism was its partisan fairness numbers. Many did not think it was sufficiently neutral compared to the other popular maps. There were a number of geographic and community of interest comments in opposition to the map. There were concerns that it might divide Romulus or mishandle certain Detroit neighborhoods. There was a lot of popular commentary from different Chaldean commenters who liked the map's similarity to the old Linden 9th district. The Chaldean and Arab communities often express that the map protected their community of interest sufficiently. We have more detailed commentary on and an appendix including all of the data on the other maps, but for the most part, we combined our commentary on the remaining how many is that? Remaining 8 maps, because for the most part, it was generally negative commentary. Most of the criticism, again, focused on partisan fairness. We have a list of the different breakdowns of comments here. Most of the commentary came from partisan fairness questions. A lot of maps, whether rightly or wrongly, suggested that there might be issues with Voting Rights Act compliance across the different maps, that they weren't offering enough Thornburg v. Jingles districts for majority minority communities. There was a lot of commentary. It's hard to aggregate across the 8 maps, but there was a lot of commentary on the mishandling of communities of interest. For the most part, it was not positive assessment of how each map handled communities of interest or geographic representation across the board. For the most part, Detroit area and Metro Detroit communities felt that these maps mishandled, for one reason or another, their communities. And with that, we'll wrap up, and Elizabeth is going to give, I think, a regional breakdown for how different commenters from different areas felt about the different maps.
Yeah, so that was everything in aggregate, and we decided to give a little bit more context to those net favorability ratings we analyze the relationship between a commenter's self-reported location and their mapping preferences. So we do that in two ways. And just to note, this doesn't include any region that a commenter may have included in the content of the comment. It is just the location and the self-reported location of the commenter. And so first, we analyze each region and the mapping preferences within each. So as a whole, commenters tended to be in agreement with one another about liking or disliking maps within that region. So for example, you can see here in this chart for Detroit, commenters rated Satella most favorably and also had positive ratings for Heron, Kellam, Dove, Curry, and were in agreement about the other ones. We attached a breakdown of all the other most commented regions and their map preferences in the appendix of this memo. But other trends that we saw were Oakland County commenters were largely in agreement on liking Satella and Kellam. Macomb County commenters vastly favored Cardinal. Washtenaw County was unified on all the maps, so liking Satella, Heron the most, and Finch and Cardinal the least. Then we also analyzed each map and the regional breakdown of preferences within those. So while we calculated the aggregate net favorability for each map, this broke that down a little bit more. Many maps showed agreement across regions, so ones that had consistently negative net favorability ratings, regardless of the region, were Wagner, Orton, Lang, Curry, and Starling. And then also pretty consistently negative were Finch, Dove, and Crane, but those had exceptions with Macomb County comments. And again, all those charts are included in the appendix. And then as you can see here, looking at Satella and Kellam, which were two of the most popular maps, the two most popular maps, they both received consistently positive net favorability ratings across the regions, with, as you can see, a few exceptions. Two, though, stood out because, so Heron and Cardinal strayed from this trend of consistency across regions. And so looking at Heron, they had a pretty high aggregate positive net favorability rating, as we've mentioned. But as you can see from this breakdown, it was actually pretty disliked by Macomb County commenters. And so the commenters from Lansing area, Washtenaw County, and Oakland County comprise the majority of the positive net comments. And then looking at Cardinal, it received the most disagreement across regions. So while the aggregate net favorability rating shows a -31, Macomb County commenters overwhelmingly favored this map, whereas commenters from Lansing area, Washtenaw County, and Oakland County had negative comments. And so this kind of just gives a little bit more context to our overall analysis and the aggregate net favorabilities in that first chart. But that's all we have for you. So we're happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, first off, thank you so much for putting together this information and trying to figure out a way to aggregate all this data in a cohesive format like you've done. That is a large task, and we appreciate y'all for doing that. We do have a few questions. I'll start with Commissioner Lang.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I guess we're almost at afternoon, aren't we? You said that there was, I want to make sure that I got this right in my notes. There's 325 total commenters. Is that correct?
Yes, 325 total commenters across 1,155 comments.
Okay, and were those based off from all of the comments, including town hall, public comment in person, and online, correct?
Yes, so what I did was pulled from the two online portals and then your town halls and public hearings, et cetera. And anytime a commenter said their name, they included their email address, whatever it may have been. If they were a repeat commenter, they were reassigned the same commenter code that they'd received at an earlier time to make sure that there were we were consistently identifying them in the database.
Okay, and so then when you did your analysis and put it in, it was strictly based off from what the commenter said, correct? I mean, there was no, what's the word I'm looking for? It was strictly what they said, darn, this old brain of mine blanking out at the worst time. Let me give an example. During public comment, we had somebody came in, said that they liked a particular map, but they said they never even looked at the map, but they were told that it was a good map, so they trust that. And I'm sorry, I'm blanking out here. You would just base your analysis, or your, not really analysis, but bringing it all together just based on that person saying, I like this map, correct?
Yes. So I think that's a fair point. Our goal was to faithfully report what they said. If they said that they liked a map, we had actually several comments that were, I think, sort of similar to that, both at your meetings and in the portal, where if they just said, I like this map, and they don't offer any commentary as to why, we would mark them down as a positive assessment of that map, but they would have no other justifications for it. They would not get a justification sentence that would then go in the assessment. We thought that it would be best to faithfully report every single one, because there are times where it's harder to draw lines, where somebody might offer very robust explanation of why one map is better than another, and we didn't want to hold people to specific standards. We thought in the aggregate we'd be able to assess better trends.
Okay, got it. Oh, I think that's my only question, and thank you. I'm sure that was very time consuming, so thank you for putting the work in on it for us.
Happy to help.
Is there any way to kind of let's say you wanted to exclude certain comments from the whole. I'll use Cardinal as an example. There were a lot of comments, as you've noted, that were talking about the partisan fairness numbers of Cardinal, saying it wasn't as fair as some other maps, but our data says that it is. So I'm wondering if you take out those ones that mention partisan fairness on, it doesn't have to be Cardinal, but if you take out those on any of the plans, is there a way to do that? And if so, does that change the analysis at all?
I think it would probably be possible for some comments. The issue, as I'm sure you've seen at many of the public hearings, a comment is never one thing. It's, this map has worse partisan fairness, and it doesn't respect my community in this way, and it gets this jurisdiction wrong. And then, like, even if the commenter's MO, their main reason for commenting was partisan fairness, do we still include that comment because they then mentioned a community of interest, or they then mentioned a jurisdiction? So it'd be kind of hard to separate the wheat from the chaff, I think, on that. But there were some comments where it would be, where it was, I mean, this is true for, I think, for every map, where it was just, this map is the most fair, and that's all they said. And you could probably exclude that if you wanted to look at non-partisan fairness comments. I don't know exactly how it would change the analysis. I think for the most part, the comments were more like my former explanation, where people offer multiple reasons for disliking a map. And so I want to say that it would not meaningfully change the trends, but I'm not 100% sure.
And were there any, like, I'll just use the word patterns for lack of a better word, that you noticed across this? I'm trying to figure out why Cardinal in particular was so polarized as far as the likes or dislikes. Because there were, I think you said that was the highest amount of comments, but it was the most polarized.
Mm-hmm. I would say that there were, I mean, I think Elizabeth touched on the big geographic breakdown in trends, is that Macomb County commenters, especially I think commenters representing Chaldean communities of interest, preferred Cardinal. So I would say that's the biggest trend, is that was probably one of the more frequent, if not the most frequent, point offered in favor of Cardinal. As far as broader trends, I think it's hard to say for sure. There were a lot of the Oakland County, I would say, kind of Royal Oak and Royal Oak area townships preferred the Satella map, and the Heron map, I think, had, I have to look at Elizabeth's data again. I think the Heron map had the most polarizing in terms of non-Metro Detroit preference, where it's like Lansing area, Washtenaw County, a lot of support from like non-Detroit area commenters. I'm not exactly sure why Cardinal was specifically so polarizing. Outside of a lot of the Metro Detroit commenters did not like the non-Macomb Metro Detroit commenters did not like the partisan fairness numbers, whether fairly or unfairly, and felt that it mishandled their jurisdiction for one reason or another, their community of interest or jurisdiction for one reason or another.
Gotcha. But that graph we're looking at right now on Cardinal, that says most of the negative comments are from the Lansing and Washtenaw areas.
Mm-hmm. Still negative in Oakland, Detroit, and Wayne County, but yes, for the most part, the polarizing comments came from non-Metro Detroit comments.
And is that, which other maps have that same pattern where you have, you know, the Lansing and Washtenaw area having a lot of comments that disagree with the Metro Detroit area?
Yeah, Elizabeth, could you scroll to the appendix for your other geography graphs so we can see that?
Yeah. Let me get, here we go.
So
I can just
Crane,
slowly scroll.
Can you go back up? Let's start at Crane.
Okay.
Okay, so here we see Washtenaw, and Oakland County. Okay. And for Dove, you have Lansing and Oakland County. I'm trying to figure out where the main negative comments are coming from on each of these. So Finch, again, you have Lansing, Oakland, and Washtenaw.
And just to give context to these numbers, so for example, for Dove, for Macomb, that net of 5 is 6-1. But then for, you know, the Crane, that net of 3 is of 5-2. So there's a little bit lost when we do the net favorability just to know how many we're actually talking about.
Right, because the total comments on these aren't the same.
Right. So like thinking about Macomb being 3, a difference of 3, sorry, we're looking at Finch. That's a total of 5 votes on that. Whereas even looking at Washtenaw, it's 17, but that's 17 votes total. So it's not it's not that there's 25 votes and then there's some against. Just to give, you know, it's more votes.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah. But I can keep scrolling down.
Okay. Yeah, we can keep going.
Yeah, I guess this exemplifies it too of, you know, the Macomb, it's 5-1, so 6 votes total, but then in Oakland, it's 23 commenters total, 3-20, getting that 17.
Okay. All right. That was very helpful. Thank you for entertaining that line of questioning. I know it's a little hard because these showed the numbers and not the percentages compared to how many people mapped, but it is very useful.
Mhm.
Commissioner Lang?
Yeah. Since she has it on Wagner's real quick, could you put it to Lang? I'm just kind of curious. 11 and 20. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Thank you.
For me, it's a little, the reason why I wanted to see that is just because it's a little interesting to me where the comments came from across the state, given that we're doing the metro, like we're mapping the Metro Detroit area, but we have a lot of comments statewide. Just wanted to make note of that. Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, can we go to the Zatella map? Oh, I meant for that same, those same charts, sorry. Net likes.
There we go. Sorry, that one is in the body of the memo. So it's the same map. It's just in a different part of the.
So this map, Oakland and Washtenaw dominate, then Lansing, unspecified, and then Detroit. And then I think if you look at isn't there a Detroit area preferences chart as well?
Yep.
Yeah, so Detroit area preferences, Zatella, Heron, and Kellum are clearly the preferred for those commenters from Detroit.
And just to highlight, I know I said that, but there are more regional ones in the appendix. So we have Oakland, Wayne, Macomb, and then Lansing and Washtenaw and Dearborn.
All right. Are there any more questions, commissioners, about this analysis? All right, I do not see any. Want to thank you folks again for coming through. Shout out to Close Up for helping put together this analysis and aggregating all of this data. We appreciate your help.
Thank you so much.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, commissioners, it is about 12:50. And we have a scheduled break at 1. This might be a good time to break a few minutes early, and we will come back to the Senate map deliberations. Are there any motions to break for lunch?
So moved.
Second. We have a motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. Is there any debate on the motion? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes have it. We will break for lunch and be back at 2 p.m. See you then. All right, welcome back, folks. As chairman of the commission, I will call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:09 p.m. I'll now turn it to the Department of State staff to take roll of the commissioners present.
Certainly, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, when I call your name, please share that you are present. For those commissioners that are attending remotely, if your venue has changed from this morning's meeting, please share that when I call roll. I'll begin roll alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade. Present. Commissioner Callahan.
Present.
Commissioner Curry.
Present.
Commissioner Ede.
Present.
Commissioner Kellum.
Present.
Commissioner Lang.
Present.
Commissioner Letts.
Present.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Present.
Commissioner Orton. Present. Commissioner Zatella.
Present.
Commissioner Vallette.
Present.
Commissioner Wagner.
Present.
Commissioner Weiss.
Present.
Mr. Chair, you have a full house, 13 commissioners present.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
All right, commissioners. The next item on the agenda is new business item 5E, Senate mapping deliberations. If there is no objection, we will move on to that topic and engage in our Senate mapping deliberation as outlined by the 2024 selection of final Senate map policy that we adopted last Thursday. Is there any objection, commissioners? Seeing none, we will move on to the deliberations. The document states that the commission chair or vice chair will facilitate an overview and discussion among the commissioners present on each collaborative draft proposed map in alphabetical order by identifier name. Commissioners who submitted individual maps for consideration will present their draft proposed maps after all collaborative maps have been reviewed and discussed. During this overview and discussion, the commission, by majority vote of members present, may vote to amend one or more draft proposed maps to the extent that amendments are a logical outgrowth of public comment received. After reviewing and or making minor changes to each map, the commission chair or vice chair will also facilitate discussion, offering the opportunity for each commissioner to express which map they prefer and why. Should also note that if any changes, if any amendments are adopted for a map, that does need to go to our legal team so it can undergo the same analysis that all of the maps have gone through previously. With that said, we'll start in alphabetical order. The first being Cardinal. Do we have EDS with us?
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello, Mr. Morgan. Welcome back. We're going to start deliberations around Cardinal at this time. If you could please pull that copy up.
Okay, I'll share the screen in just a moment. So at this moment, it's just displaying the map. You're not anticipating immediately making changes, right?
That depends on if any commissioners want to. I'm
Okay,
not sure.
yeah. Well, if we get to that point, I'll discuss making a copy. Okay, this is the Cardinal map. And let's see, so it's mapped 373 from the portal.
All right, commissioners, any deliberations or thoughts on this map? I don't have any changes I'd like to make, but I can speak on the map a little bit. As you know, most of you know, and the folks who have been watching this whole time know, this this proposal rather, took multiple districts in the Motown Sound house map that this commission adopted and the court affirmed and used it to create districts around Detroit, and then took some of the collaborative districts in the suburbs. And that's how this map came about. For its metrics, it has a lopsided margin score of 3.6%, a mean median difference of 2.6%, an efficiency gap of 0.8%, and a seats to votes ratio of 22-16 with 5% towards the Dems. It has 5 VRA districts being 1, 3, 7, and 8. Did I say 5? 4. Thank you for that, Commissioner Orden. 4 VRA districts, 1, 3, 7, and 8. Commissioner Orton.
Could we see the, what do we call it? The retained, the core retention on, for the districts that needed to be changed on this?
Okay, so this is the document for the 12 maps for core retention. And so it has each of the plan names and how much of a specific district was retained. So in this case, it's showing District 1. And it shows how much of District 1 is retained among the bird maps. Crane retains 59% of District 1. And then it goes down to 25% in Dove. And then of the individual commissioners map, it's 62% retained in Commissioner Wagner's map and 48 in Commissioner Calvin's map as a range. And that's just District 1. And did Commissioner Orton, did you want me to go through the Heron maps retentions?
No, I think since we're looking at Cardinal right now, could you
Oh,
go
I'm
through
sorry,
each of the
Cardinal.
districts in Cardinal?
Right, Cardinal.
Thank you.
So Cardinal District 1, 25% retained. District 3 in Cardinal is 4.5% retained. So District 3 is here. District 6 in Cardinal, 51% retained. District 8 in Cardinal is 0% retained. District 10 in Cardinal is 25% retained. District 11 in Cardinal is 82% retained.
Go ahead. You still have the floor.
Could we perhaps see the Linden overlay on this one?
Okay. Okay, so just as an example, here's District 8 over here in this thick blue line, and you can see that the new version 8 does not overlap at all, so that's why there's a score of 0 for that. It was this District 8 has none of the same territory as this District 8. And then by contrast, District 11, sorry, this District 11 in blue is the Linden District, and this configuration retains 82% is what we said, 82%.
And District 12 in this one was not changed from Linden, correct?
Yes, and so this will be a quick example to point one thing out. So this is District 12, which was not a district that was struck down. So Cardinal has it as 100%. However, there's one map that will show as 100%, but it actually had a slight change to it. And you say, well, how can that happen? If you have the same boundaries so that all of this is exactly the same, if I took one precinct out, then it still retains the same territory. I just took one precinct out, so it still has 100% of the same territory. Sometimes you'll have a case where that happens, where you make like a very minor adjustment and it shows as 100%, but in fact there was a slight change. But again, back to 12, you can see many of the districts have 100% of District 12 retained. Most of the individuals, Commissioner Satella has 99.7% the same.
Thank you. Okay, any changes to this one? Anybody, or should we move on to the next map? Commissioner Curry. Okay, Commissioner Zatella.
I'm just curious what the rationals, John, can we take the Linden map off? It's confusing.
Sure, no problem.
I'm just curious what the rationalization was in District 6 for putting those communities together, because we have a small portion of West Detroit put in with Redford and Livonia, partial Garden City, and then Northville, which those seem to be very disparate communities. And it just doesn't make a lot of sense to me why those were put together in the first place, particularly since one of the criticisms we received from the court was about combining portions of Detroit with very high income suburban areas. And I think Northville definitely falls into that categorization, yet we've put a very small portion of Detroit, including, I believe, the Brightmoor neighborhood, which is a very poor area in Detroit, in with Northville. I'm just wondering why structure it that way rather than just including that in District 7 and finding population elsewhere. It just doesn't seem to be that there's any communities of interest there that are being preserved.
John, can you put up the Motown sound overlay on top of it?
Okay.
That might help answer the question.
Sorry, trying to get the label to come up. Okay,
Right, so if you look at districts like 1, 3, 8, and 2, especially, those are the ones that took in the area of the House district map. And I think 6 is what was left because the other districts, 13 and 7, were made using some prior collaboration from the collaborative maps that we had at that point.
John, is it possible to turn those lines to blue? I just find them a little easier to see in blue.
Yeah, I agree. 1 second. Oh, I know what the problem is. Just a second. Oh, I see. There were 2 copies of it in there. That's why I was having trouble with it. Okay. So it looks like this is House District 18, for example. This is District 22.
Yeah, it just, I don't think that that actually explains it at all, honestly, because you're taking portions from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different districts and putting it into District 6. Yeah, I mean, there has to be a better rationale than that was just what was left over. So I guess I'm asking, what is the rationale for putting Detroit with Northville when there were clearly other areas that you could have gone, like up into 7, to keep more of Detroit together?
Well, I mean, I think it is a perfectly fine rationale. If you look at this Senate District 3, if you look at the Senate District 1, if you look at the Senate District 8 and the Senate District 2, there are areas left over. At least when you keep the suburb configuration that this map tried to keep. And I don't really have an issue per se with that kind of configuration. I don't think Northville is as affluent as some of the areas like Birmingham that we received criticism for in the past. It's certainly a whole lot closer to Detroit than Birmingham is, but that's the configuration that we got for this one. So So are there any amendments, commissioners, to this map? I remind commissioners, we're at the point now, according to our rules, where we're discussing amendments to the map. And after all reviews or minor adjustments are complete, we'll then have the opportunity to express which maps we prefer and why. All right, well, let's move on to the next map then. Can you bring up Crane, Mr. Morgan?
Okay, this is the Crane map.
Commissioner Muldoon, I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, I think we, being that District 1's down the river of Detroit, I think Wyandotte would be better in than Southgate. So that way it follows the river. We switch Southgate and Wyandotte between 1 and 4.
So you're proposing an amendment to switch Southgate with Wyandotte?
Correct.
Mr. Morgan, can we try making that change?
Okay.
Seeing what it does to the map?
Sure.
We'll need a copy as well.
All right. Okay, so just in terms of the nomenclature, I give it today's date. I don't know if you want to give this a different version number after the name Crane, or if the date is sufficient.
So for Motown Sound, we gave it another number after. So we had Motown Sound, then Motown Sound. I think it was FE1 and Motown Sound FE2 or FE2 or something
FC,
like that.
yeah,
FC.
yeah, something. Okay, so you want to designate this as a like a number 2.
I think that would be appropriate.
All right, so you want A2 like amendment, or E for edit, or something? What would make sense at this point?
Let's do A for amendment.
Okay, so this will be A2. That makes sense.
Are we going to leave the V2 after the collaboration identifier?
You could change it to V1, then that's consistent with today's date, as if it's, the first map that you're working on today.
Consistency is always nice.
All right, so version 1. So today's date, version 1, and then it could be A1 if you follow that way, and the unamended one would just be the previous name, or it could be A2 to just show that this is a second version. What would you prefer?
Well, it's the First Amendment. So
A1.
A1.
Okay. All right. So to distinguish it from what we've called Crane, it has different date, version 1 for today, and A1. The original version of Crane has the original designators. Okay, and Commissioner Muldoon was proposing putting Wyandotte in District 1 and Southgate in District 4.
Correct.
Okay. District 1 is currently over by 2.33 and 4 is negative 0.7. So there is a difference in the population. The two towns, Wyandotte's 25,000 and Southgate is 30,000. So putting a smaller town into a district that's overpopulated will bring the deviation down, and putting the 30,000 into District 4, replacing the 25, it should still be okay because it has room to expand. Okay, so Wyandotte into District 1. Southgate into District 4. Okay, so that brings District 1 to within half a percentage point, 0.46 over, and District 4 is 1.17 over. and they're both within the deviation tolerance.
Is that what you wanted, Commissioner Muldoon?
Yep, that's
Do
it.
you want to speak about why you submitted that amendment?
To keep the waterfront community together. Southgate's really not on the water where Wyandotte is, and it brought the population a little bit more in closer to zero, to even.
Commissioner Orton?
And we did have some public comments suggesting that switch, I remember. I wonder if we could see we aren't going to have an updated core retention then on this to reflect that, but can we see the core retention that we have?
Sure, regarding District 1, and this is on Crane. Okay, so Crane retained 59.7. And if I put Linden up here,
So while you're doing that, I have a question. I think it was EDS that did the core retention reports. I'm wondering, when we get the other reports back about this tweak, can we get an updated core retention as well?
I believe we can do that. I probably need to contact Ryan because he was doing those in bulk. He did a whole series of them at once. I think we can do it one at a time using the Autobound software, but I defer to Ryan. I'll contact him later today about that.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure there'll be other changes too, I would think.
Okay, so previously in District 1, the Linden District 1 had this portion of Detroit, Melvindale, Allen Park, and all of Taylor. So again, just estimating here, neither Southgate nor Wyandotte were in the original District 1, so you'll be similarly situated in the core retention because you're basically taking a town that was not in, and the difference will be that Wyandotte is a little bit smaller population, so it's, you know, it will affect the number a little bit, but you've also reduced the denominator as well, so it could end up being really close because again, it's a town that was not in the original, etc. So it'll probably score close to what that is there. And I just saw a text from Ryan. He will be able to run those reports.
Thank you. So could we see for each of the required districts, can we see the core retention for this map?
For the Crane. Okay, so as we were talking about District 1, 59.7% retained. District 3, 51.1 retained. District 3. District 6, 48.9. District 8 is 0. So again, the original District 8 was here, and the redrawn District 8 is here. So there's no overlap. District 10 is 10%. So let's see, the original district, was this the original 10? No, this was. Let me get my numbers on. Okay, yeah, there's District 10. So the new version of District 10 has a little bit of overlap, it looks like, in Warren. District 11 in Crane, 44.7% overlap. So the original District 11 was Macomb, Clinton, down into Detroit, and the new version, Sterling Heights, Warren, Fraser, Roseville, East Point. I think that covers all 6 districts.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the table by Commissioner Muldoon. We have to vote by majority vote to accept that amendment or not into this version of the map. Is there any discussion? Is there any more discussion on the amendment? Anybody move the amendment?
Megan, has there been a motion to vote on this amendment?
There is not.
I move that we vote on the amendment as presented.
Second. Thank you, Commissioner Lett. We have a motion to accept Commissioner Muldoon's amendment. Motion by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we'll move to vote. All those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
We might need a roll call for this, actually. Just for consistency.
Commissioners, you have the motion before you to accept the amendment presented by Commissioner Muldoon. A yes vote means that you are in favor of that amendment, and a no vote means that you are not in favor of the amendment. I will begin alphabetically with Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan,
Yes.
Commissioner Curry,
Yes.
Commissioner Ede,
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum,
Yes.
Commissioner Lang,
Yes.
Commissioner Lett,
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Yes.
Commissioner Orton,
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella,
Yes.
Commissioner Valette,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner, Commissioner Weiss.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, there's 12 votes for the 12 commissioners that are currently present. The motion passes.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
All right, commissioners, anything else about this map? I have 2 amendments I'd like to make. One is a relatively small, just cleaning up a few boundaries, and the other is about the size that Commissioner Muldoon just made. Let's do the first one first. So if we can make a copy and have it be amendment 2.
A copy of the original Crane?
No, of
Or-
this.
Of this, okay. Okay, so you would propose this being an A2,
Correct.
okay? Second here. Yeah, I thought I was gonna do that. Okay, so this is the A2.
Okay, yeah, so this has the line dot change. Okay, could you scroll up to District 9? Okay, so do you see the part of 9 that juts into the right into Shelby? Just that one precinct. It's kind of a upside down L.
Okay, it looks like it's 3421.
Right, I'm proposing we put that into District 24, bringing it closer to the original Linden map.
Okay, so that is 24 is negative 1.15, and District 9 is now negative 3.63.
Right, so we just need a little bit more in 9. So we're gonna go to the southern portion where 9 connects to 10. Commissioner Lang?
As you're drawing this, can you walk me through your thought process on what you're doing? Because I'm having a hard time following when you're going to 24 to 9 and talking about going down to 10. So I just want to understand the thought process.
Yeah, so this is a smaller change of the two I want to make. The other one involves Lyon Township, but this is really just cleaning up the lines and population deviation, as well as making District 9 a little better, I think, for the Chaldean community of interest, but it's just a couple of precincts here. Commissioner Zatella?
So the population deviation was 4.88 before you started making changes. So what is it about the population deviation you're trying to fix?
Well, it was a little low on 24. Now it's closer on 24 to normal. You also took in less of. You just had a little portion of this district that's on top of the COI that was also included that didn't need to be included. Right now, because of that change, you have Utica included in 9, as well as the part of Shelby that includes St. George Chaldean Church, which is right around where the township boundaries meet. So still good there. And I think it cleans up the district a little bit.
So
And
I'm
to make
sorry.
up for that population deviation, I was going to go south and just take off a few precincts off of Clausen.
So I'm sorry, you're saying that it now includes the St. George's Church? Because I thought the original included it.
It did. It still includes it. I'm saying we did not take it out. What we took out was the rest of Shelby that jutted in that was not in the previous District 9. If you overlay the previous District 9, the parts of Shelby that used to be included in it are now included in it, and the parts that are not are not. It brings it closer to the original District 9, as well as cleaning up some of these boundaries.
So you're trying to copy the Linden is what you're trying to do?
No, that's not. It brings it closer to Linden, which we didn't need to change District 9 in. But, and I think the original point of this configuration was also not to change 9 as much, although it doesn't go as far north as the original one did. I should note that. But I mean, we're talking about a couple of precincts here, Commissioner Zatella.
I appreciate that. I'm just trying to understand what you're changing and why, so that we have a clear record.
For sure. Well, I think I've stated that a few times now.
I mean, I don't think you've given a clear rationale. So, I mean, you may think you've cited it, but it seems like the rationale you gave doesn't make a lot of sense. So I'm just asking what the real rationale is.
All right, I appreciate that. Okay, so now we just need to fix the deviation on District 9. So
Okay.
there are the top precinct in Clausen. We're going to put that in 9, and then just whatever blocks directly underneath it create bring it back into normalization.
Okay, so you want to take this 2532 of Clausen?
Correct.
Okay,
The area right above. Yep, right there.
okay, so that takes it to negative 2.67. And District 10 is negative 2.02.
So you might need just a few blocks underneath that precinct
Okay, what,
in the 2045 precinct.
okay. Okay, what blocks would you like to include?
Well, it'd have to be just the ones south of 9. Perhaps that block there that is, you can see it kind of curves up and right. So like 35, 33, 55, 67.
33, 35, 55.
If we go straight across,
Straight across to where?
so 64,
64 and 67.
120, yep, 89, 122, up through 82 to 76.
Okay. You want to assign that?
To 9.
Okay.
And then also 82, 62, and 76.
Okay, so you have one whole precinct of Clausen, portion of another precinct. Now the deviation is 4.8.
Okay. Can you zoom out, please? Okay. To me, that looks a lot cleaner. Now, if you can just go to where 23 and 13 meet in Waterford.
Chair, I just want to acknowledge for the record that there is a hand up.
Commissioner Lang, oh, is your hand still up or is this a new hand?
It's a new hand. I just had one more question and forgive me.
Sure.
The first move you made that was like you called it the upside down L. Was that a full precinct? Did that incorporate a full precinct?
That was one whole precinct, yes.
Okay, and then the change that you just made, that you took it down to a block level, did that include a full precinct before you made the change?
It was one full precinct and
Okay.
I think 6 blocks on top of it just to make up for the population needed.
Okay, so what was changed? You're saying it was one full precinct plus 6 blocks?
Around that.
Okay, but okay, so it was a full precinct and now we moved it to the block level. Is that a fair
Right.
assessment? Okay.
Well, because taking another whole precinct would have been too much. Not taking one would have been too little. So you have to go to block levels sometimes in order to get this right.
Okay,
For the population deviation.
okay, I'll save my comments till the end. I just wanted to make sure I got that right. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, now if you can go into Waterford, right above M59.
I had a comment as well, Commissioner Eid.
Commissioner Zotella?
Yeah, I'm just wondering what public comments, because we're supposed to be drawing responsive to public comments. So what public comments are you responding to that was asking to split up Clausen in this particular map?
We did split a little bit of Clausen, that is true, but I think, we have to make some trades sometimes in these, and I think it is worth it in order to get District 9 and District 24 looking a little better.
Well, what
It
are
also
you,
brings it closer. It also brings it closer to some of the maps that the communities have preferred when it comes to that District 9.
so the community has said they actually prefer the original for the Chaldean community, which was the original Linden, which does not split Clausen and actually includes a portion of, I'm not positive on the township that's
I
above.
think it's at Ryan.
Okay. Lake Orion.
Yeah.
So Orion Township. Yeah, I mean, District 9 actually included portions of Orion Township and it did not split Clausen. So again, I'm just questioning why you would split Clausen, which is a pretty small community. And in general, I think if you're gonna make a choice between splitting a larger community versus a little community, it probably makes more sense to take off a chunk of a bigger rather than chopping a little community in half, just my preference. But again, I don't know that we've received any public comment asking for this, so I'm just questioning why you're making these changes.
Okay. I hear that you do not like this change, Commissioner Zotella. I do like this change, so I'm going to keep going with it, and then the commission will vote. I also note that in Linden, Clausen was split between districts 8 and 3.
Could we put the Linden overlay on this?
You'd like me to put the Linden overlay on?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, so the Linden did not split Clausen.
It looks like it might have.
Oh, it split but not into 9.
Correct. Between 10 and 8.
Actually, can you highlight Clausen to see where it is? Because it's really small.
Yes. That's Clausen. So this is the portion that was split into 10 and the rest was in 8.
Okay.
This configuration, this portion would be in 10 and this smaller portion would be in.
Okay, thank you.
While you have that up there, could you go and see where the precinct I took out is located?
This was Shelby Township, I think.
Thank you. As you can see, it is back in the original 24, as it was originally. Okay. Now, if we can go to District 13 and 23. So if you can zoom in to where M59 is, it is right in the middle of Waterford. It's the big highway going through it. And what is the population deviation on 13?
Negative 1.48.
And what is it on 23?
Negative 0.37.
Okay, so I'd like to follow M59 a little bit more closely. If we do have to split up Waterford, splitting it along M59 is a better way to do it than what we have now, in my opinion.
So you want to take less of Waterford?
I want to, so that area above M59 that includes the Oakland County Airport right there.
Yeah,
I'd like to put that in 23.
okay. That's the precinct boundary. Do you want to take the whole precinct or split it to follow the highway?
I think the precinct is fine.
Okay. And did you
And
also
then-
want to split to take
Yes,
this
that
precinct?
precinct as well.
Any of these others or stop there?
Nope. Stop there. And now to make up for that, we're going to go to the bottom of 13 around where Novi is. And we're going to add, and 8 has a little too much population currently. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we're just going to put a little bit more of 8 into 13, which also makes sense from a community perspective. We originally created this District 13 to include Novi and Northville, and it wasn't one of the districts that were struck down. And I think it is, once again, better that way, which is why I'm submitting that amendment.
Okay.
So if we can,
You want it
Go ahead.
more, you want it more of Novi into 13 or take a portion of Farmington Hills?
no, Farmington and Farmington Hills are together in this one, and I would not want to mess that up. For 13, the areas, Novi's already split, so I'm just proposing putting more of Novi into 13. So the precincts 3461, 2757. On the left side. Right below Wixom.
Okay, so 3461,
Mm-hmm.
and you wanted the 2757 as well?
Yeah, how many more people do we need to normalize between 13 and 8? So 13 is under 11,000, 8 is over about 5,000.
8 is over 5,000 and 13 is under by 11,000.
Wonderful. So, yeah, these precincts here, 3461, 2757. And then the 2 to the right of it, 2008. And then 2276. To add those to 13.
Okay.
So now 13 is about right on the money.
Yeah.
8 is also good. And the overall deviation is the same as what we had previously. And those are the changes. Commissioner Zatella and then Commissioner Lang.
So you mentioned that you think it looks better like this. So once again, it doesn't seem like these changes are remotely narrowly tailored to respond to public comments. It seems like these are your personal preferences for changes. I'd also like to point out that you just split the Asian Pacific Islander population in Novi into 2 different districts, which is breaking up that community of interest to achieve whatever goals you're trying to achieve with what you're doing, but they are not responsive to public comments at all. So taking that into mind, I'd like to make a motion that we reject all of the changes made by Commissioner Eid.
How about, would you mind changing your motion to an affirmative motion to make it easier? And then if it's voted no, then it's voted no.
I'm not making a motion to accept your changes, if that's what you're asking me to do.
or in order to try to move us along, I move that we accept the amendments as presented by Commissioner Eid, being 9 and 10 and 8 and 13.
Commissioner Lett, there's already a motion on the table, I believe.
There's no second.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
I was gonna say I'll withdraw if needed. I'm just not gonna make that motion myself.
Is- 9 and 10 and 8 and 13.
And 24 as well. And 23, sorry, 24, 9, 10, 13, 8, and 23 are all affected.
Do those again, John.
Sorry, 24, 9, 10, 23, 13, and 8.
I move to accept the changes detailed by Commissioner Eid and District 24, 9, 10, 23, 13, and 8.
I'll second. Discussion, commissioners? Commissioner Lang?
Thank you. So again, looking at these precincts, I feel like you needlessly split up down to the block level. When you look at some of these areas that don't have a huge amount of population, I don't think that's right. They just stated you made changes to 6 different districts doing your changes. I don't see how that's narrowly tailoring. And I do have a concern also that I didn't hear anything on this particular map as far as communities of interest that would warrant that change. I don't think the change that you did in District 9 helped the Chaldean community. Most of their comments revolved around the Sterling Heights, Troy area, etc. So I don't think that helped improve their community of interest. So I do have concerns with it, and that was just my comments. Thank you.
Well, I do think it helps all of the communities, to be honest. That's why I'm proposing them. I think it helps 24 by putting the parts of 24 that used to be in 24 back in there, making District 9 and 24 closer to their original configurations. We've heard 2 different configurations that the Chaldean community likes. The one included in Cardinal that includes Sterling Heights, Troy, and Madison Heights, as well as close to the original Linden configuration as possible. This brings it closer to the original Linden configuration, in my opinion. I also think splitting up Waterford along M59 makes a lot more sense than not splitting it up along M59 if we have to split it up. And I think including more of Novi with areas like Commerce Township, Wild Lake, West Bloomfield, Orchard Lake makes sense as well, because that's how we originally drew the district. And it wasn't one of the districts that we had to change. Now, I know the number of precincts touching these districts might seem high, but I think if you were to look at the overall number of people affected, it is lower than the change that Commissioner Muldoon created, which I voted for. That was a fine change in my opinion. Anyways, that's my opinion. It certainly makes me more likely to vote for this configuration. Commissioner Zatello?
Yeah, I think if we wanted to make this more like the original Linden, the plan would have been to go up, take that precinct off of the one township and go north. You didn't do that. And like I said, you haven't pointed to any public comment that supports breaking up Clausen to include it in a Chaldean community of interest. And with respect to the changes you made to Novi, I'm hearing a lot of I'm not hearing any community of interest or public comment that we've received asking for these changes. And the way you split it did split up the API community that we had preserved in the Linden, and you just cracked it in half. So I don't think this is supported by communities of interest. I don't think it's narrowly tailored. I don't think it's supported by public comments. So I'm definitely a hard no on this.
Any other discussion, commissioners? With that said, we'll move to vote. Can we get a roll call, please, Department of State?
Absolutely, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, before you, Commissioner-led move to accept changes detailed by Commissioner Ede to districts 24, 9, 10, 23, 13, and 8. It was seconded by Commissioner Weiss. A yes vote means that you are in favor of these changes, and a no vote means that you are not in favor of the changes. I'll begin with Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Commissioner Curry.
Yes.
Commissioner Ede.
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum. Commissioner Lang.
No.
Commissioner Lett.
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon.
Yes.
Commissioner Orton.
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella.
No.
Commissioner Valette.
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner. I think she's still out. Commissioner Weiss
Yes.
and Commissioner Andrade.
Yes.
We're going to go back to Commissioner Kellum.
I believe she posted that she had left the meeting.
She seems to kind of still be on, so we were just checking. Thank you, Commissioner Zatella. Mr. Chair, we have a vote of 9 yes to 2 no. The motion does carry.
Thank you, Ms. Young.
You're welcome.
Okay, I do have one more amendment. It is a little bit of a bigger change as far as people, because it involves taking Milford out of 13 and into 23, and then going more eastward into Bloomfield on 13. I know it's bigger, so if the commission doesn't want to do that, that is totally fine, and I understand, but I do think it is representative of the communities because Milford is, traditionally more associated with Highland and White Lake, whereas putting a little bit more of Bloomfield into West Bloomfield makes sense. So I'd just like to try it, and if commissioners don't like it, please feel free to vote no. I'm not gonna die on that hill.
Can we
Commissioner
actually
Zatala?
run partisan fairness on the changes that were just made? So we kind of have a benchmark.
Sure, that'd be nice.
Okay, so on the A1 or the A2 or both?
Let's do both. We never ran it on A1.
Okay, this is the original Crane unaltered. So I'll just have that available if you want to compare. Okay, so the original crane was lopsided margins 5.1. The Wyandotte Southgate A1 crane is 5.1 lopsided margins, and the A2 is 5.2. Okay, so on the mean median, the original crane is 2.9. The modified A1 is 2.9, and the A2 is 2.8. The efficiency gap is 1.9, 1.8 on the original, 1.8 on the A1, and 1.9 on the A2. The seats vote ratio on the original crane is 21-17, 2.4 towards the Democrats. On the A1, it's 21-17 and 2.4 towards Democrats. And on the A2, it's 21-17, 2.4 towards the Democrats.
So just to be clear, the only change I saw between A1 and A2 was that mean median difference went down by 0.1 and efficiency gap went up by 0.1.
The mean median went down by 0.1. And the efficiency gap went up by 0.1.
Chair, just for the record, I believe the lopsided margin may have been up by 0.1 as well.
Yes.
Okay, 0.1. Thank you. Commissioner Callahan.
Just a question for clarification. Maybe everybody knows this, but I want to be clear on it. When we amend a map, does it remove the previous map from our list of considerations, or are we just expanding our list of maps to consider? I just want to be clear on that point. Is that question clear?
Are you asking if the amendments override the original?
Yeah, so when it comes time to vote, can we have one crane map, and it may be crane A1, or if this next set of amendments is approved, it may be crane A2, but we won't consider crane A1 and crane A2. We'll only consider one crane map, whichever one which amendments we accept. That's just what I'm trying to get clarity on.
I am not sure the answer to that question.
Well,
can,
I would propose that we consider, I mean, that these maps are replacements, not additions to our list of considerations, because otherwise we're just like splitting the votes 100 different ways.
Chair, if I may, in the past, they did not overwrite prior versions. The only time versions left consideration for the final vote is when you motioned to disregard certain maps. So at some point prior to the final vote, the commission could make a motion to disregard Crane A1, Crane A2, whatever you want. But until that motion occurs, they are all in the running.
okay.
Thank you.
For
That's
that
clear.
information. Okay, where were we, commissioners, before we looked at the partisan fairness data?
Yeah.
We are amending Crane. Are there any more amendments? John, I think we were talking about a change to Milford Township. If John is still with us.
Yes. You want me to share the screen again?
Please,
Commissioner E?
Commissioner Callahan.
I thought there was a motion on the table to approve Crane A2 as it stands. And then you were going to make additional amendments and that would be Crane A3. But do we want to close out the motion that's on the table?
There was already a vote on that. It passed 9-2.
I'm sorry, I was asleep. Never mind.
It's all right. There's a lot going on right now. We'll get to it. But yes, that motion did pass 9-2. And as they say, it doesn't hurt to try. So let's try one more thing, see what happens.
Okay, are you a copy of original A1 or A2?
A2.
Looks like Commissioner Satella has her hand.
Commissioner
Yeah,
Zatella?
I'm just confused because Commissioner Callahan voted on that motion. I guess did she not know what she was voting on? I'm just confused.
I did know what I was voting on. I just had a little brain fart. Please excuse me. I know I'm keeping notes here. I've got a notepad going. I've got all the maps spread out all over the floor. I've got 2 laptops up with 10 tabs open on each one, and I got just momentarily confused. I apologize.
Commissioner Orton?
I have a question, not specifically about this, but, and I guess this would be for our legal team. I'm wondering, are they going to weigh in at some point about whether what we have done constitutes a tweak that they feel they can defend, or if what?
Executive Director Woods?
Yes, once the commission makes a vote on which maps they want to tweak, the legal team will get the analysis from EDS and come back with a report tomorrow between the 10 and 1 o'clock session.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Ede, I made a copy of the A2 and I named it A3.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I actually just have a question for Mr. Woods on that point. So I'm assuming then individual commissioners can also make tweak to their maps and resubmit them. Is that accurate? We just haven't set
That
up
is
a time or process for that.
That is correct.
Thank you.
But I'm assuming those discussions would happen in this public meeting, whatever tweaks you're requesting.
The rules that we voted in on Thursday say that individual commissioners will make tweaks to their maps after the collaborative ones are complete.
But just so we're clear, it's on the public record. It's not something they're doing on their own and then having it come back tomorrow.
Right. Okay, John, let's try to do this quick. Do you see where Milford is on the border of 23 and 13?
Okay,
If you can assign that to 23.
okay, that's 17,000 people. Okay,
Okay, now if we just go rightward, sorry, I had some brain fog for a second. Now, do you see the parts of Waterford that are above District 13 currently in 23?
the portions that you just moved into 23.
Yes, well, Waterford and all of these crane configurations, Waterford split up into 3 pieces. I propose that the parts that's in 23 goes into 7.
Okay, so these portions up here are going to go into 7.
Right.
Okay, let me just say this area sometimes produces geographic issues, so I'll just be cautious as we go through this. So you want to take these precincts here, all of them that are in Waterford, and put them into 7.
Right.
Okay. Okay, 25,000 people into 7. Okay,
Okay, now if we go westward on 13 into the Bloomfield part of 7, so essentially connecting West Bloomfield and Bloomfield until the population normalizes.
so you want to take away from 7 in Bloomfield Township and put it into 13?
Right, right along that edge that's there now.
Okay, which precincts?
You could just start at the top and go down. So 2061.
Okay,
And just work your way south. Along Walnut Lake right there.
continuing south.
And I think that does it. You might need 1 more or 2 more.
Okay, so 13 is negative 2.54 and 7 is positive 3.84. So you need
Okay, so if you put in 1 more in 13.
Okay, 7 is positive 2.99 and 13 is negative 1.69.
Okay, so let's do the one right under. Let's do both of them and see what happens.
Okay,
And we're okay on population deviation?
yes. District 13 is 0.8 positive. And then you affected District 23, negative 0.83, and District 13 is, sorry, District 7 rather is positive 1.22.
Okay, and now Waterford is only split once instead of twice into three pieces, and Milford is with Highland and White Lake. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, can you check if that did anything to partisan fairness?
Okay, I'll run that. Commissioner Lang looks like has her hand up.
Commissioner Lang?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I was just curious if I could get the overlay of what it looked like prior to the changes again, so I can kind of see a comparison when you're done running the report.
Okay, the lopsided margins is 5.1 for Republican. The mean median is 2.3 for Republican. The efficiency gap is 1.9 for Republican. And the seats vote ratio is 21-17, 2.4 towards Democrats.
Okay, so it didn't do anything much to the partisan fairness. I think it makes sense. The commission has to vote on it. If y'all think it's too much, I understand. We don't need to do it, but I do think Milford is much better served with Highland and White Lake than it is with how it was currently configured in the Crane map, being with the rest of the southern parts of the southern townships of Oakland County. Commissioner Lang?
No, I'm just waiting for my reply.
Oh, you're waiting. Gotcha. That's right. You're from there. I mean, if you want to, it's your area.
Okay, so
You can call on me.
That's
While I am waiting on that, I have a question. You said it would better represent Waterford because it wasn't split up then, but yet you had no problem splitting up at the block level a different area. So what makes Waterford more than that area? I mean, was there public comment about Waterford where there wasn't of the other one? I'm trying to understand why doing changes way out beyond where our core focus was supposed to be, which was Detroit and the citizens of Detroit. I'm still trying to wrap my head around why we're changing multiple districts this late in the game, and not focusing on the citizens of Detroit, I guess. And
I don't have any
we can
changes for
say it's
Detroit on this one.
rhetorical. I'm not trying to get into an argument or anything. I'm seriously trying to wrap my head around, without public comment being received on it, why we're doing these changes to multiple districts. And you can consider it rhetorical. I'm just having a hard time, and I'm just that's just me personally. I'm having a hard time.
Yeah, I'll answer. Previously, and all of the crane variations, Waterford split up into 3 pieces. Now it's only 2. We have to split something. I think splitting something up 2 ways is better than 3 ways. Just like with Clausen, while it wasn't split up, now it's only split up into 2, not into 3, like how Waterford was originally. As far as Detroit goes, I mean, I'm not making any changes to Detroit on this one. I think this configuration for Detroit, while not necessarily my favorite, is an all right configuration. So I'm
Why
not
on
going to
this
make any
map?
amendments to that.
I'm sorry, why on this particular map are those changes being made? If we're giving people different maps to look at that have different configurations, then why, when we didn't receive any public comment? That's what I'm trying to figure out, because we did receive public comment in favor of this map. So I'm just confused. I'm not confused. I don't know. I'll stop. We've got more things to do. I'm holding up time. I'm sorry.
No, I think it's a reasonable question, Commissioner Lang. I think the favorable comments we got on this map were pertaining to the Detroit area, which is why I'm not changing that. Changing the other areas that I think, while we were focusing on Detroit, it may have went to the maybe went to the wayside a little bit on this version in particular. I do think that we've improved many of the community aspects so far, but that's just my opinion. Commissioner Villat.
Okay, I'm going to speak on the changes he made to Highland, Milford, and White Lake. That's my area. I've lived there for 60 years. I think that Highland, Milford, White Lake should have always been together. I've said that in the past. As far as Waterford goes, Waterford is a very large area. It entails a lot of miles. So to make it only 2 divisions would probably be better. My only concern is this has to go through our legal department, and they need to make the decision as to whether this is too many changes for this map. And so that's what I think. We need to wait and see what happens.
Thank you, Commissioner Villat. Commissioner Stella.
Yeah, again, I just want to object to these changes being made because they don't seem to be remotely responsive to public comment. I don't think they're narrowly tailored towards public comment at all. And then I would just also add in that, there was a lot of hand wringing when we were working on the house maps about moving into outside areas that weren't impacted by the court's order. And this is well outside that area. And then to be going back in and making changes based on what seem to be personal opinions of individual commissioners and not public comment, that's not what we've been tasked with doing at this point. So I'm just raising the objection for the record, so it's out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Stella. Commissioner Lang.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, thank you to Commissioner Villet. That helped. Another concern I have too is we presented these maps that were going to public comment to the judges. And I guess I will have to agree with Commissioner Villet. I guess it's going to be up to our attorneys to see if they think the changes are too much. That's another concern for me, is we've already presented the ones that were going to public comment forward, and are the judges going to look at it, and if this one were to go forward and be like, what the heck? So I don't know, but thank you, Commissioner Villet. That does help me understand that area better.
Any further comments?
Commissioner Lett.
I move we accept the amendment number 3 as presented by Commissioner Eid.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Department of State, can we get a roll, please?
Certainly, Mr. Chair. And if you don't mind, can you, for the record, can you repeat the motion?
Yes, it was to accept these changes that are in A3 as presented.
Thank you. Commissioners, you have the motion before you to accept the changes in A3 as presented. A yes vote means that you are in favor of these changes, and a no vote means that you are not in favor. Mr. Chair, before I go forward with the vote, did we lose Commissioner Curry? Okay, thank you. Again, a yes vote means that you are in favor of these changes, and a no vote means that you are not in favor of these changes. I'll begin with Commissioner Ede,
Yes.
Commissioner Kellum, Commissioner
Yeah.
Lang.
Well,
Oh,
no, I'm
thank
here.
you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner Kellum.
Yeah.
Commissioner Lang,
No.
Commissioner Lett,
Yes.
Commissioner Muldoon,
Yes.
Commissioner Orton,
Yes.
Commissioner Zatella,
No.
Commissioner Valette,
Yes.
Commissioner Wagner,
No.
Commissioner Weiss,
Yes.
Commissioner Andrade,
Yes.
Commissioner Callahan.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, with a vote of 9 yes to 3 no, the motion does carry.
Okay. Thank you, Department of State.
You're welcome.
Okay, well, we've been going for almost 2 hours now. So let's break for about 10 minutes again. And when we come back, we can go to the next collaborative map, which is Dove. All right, folks, we're gonna get started. If everyone could take their seats. All right, welcome back, folks. We will continue where we left off in our Senate map deliberation process. We are now on the Dove map. If we could get the Dove map pulled up, please.
Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Does anyone have any edits they'd like to make to Dove? I do not see any. Anyone online? Okay, we will then move on to Finch.
okay, this is the Finch plan.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. Commissioners, are there any amendments anyone would like to make to Finch? I do not see any. The next collaborative map will then be Heron.
All right, just a second.
All right, this is Heron. Any amendments on Heron, commissioners? Commissioner Callahan.
Well, Heron was a well-received map, with the exception of Macomb County, which all the public pretty much hated. And I think there were two main problems in Macomb. It was that District 11, according to the comments, looked too much like Linden, and it's a district that we need to change, and the core retention numbers bear that out. And also the Chaldean community of interest was not very happy with that configuration. That might be a bigger change to try to address those two issues, but I think it's a very, very targeted change on very specific public comments on an otherwise well-liked map. So maybe we could try to make some changes in that area. Does anybody else have any comment?
I mean, I think what you stated is correct. If we were to make changes on this, I think focusing on 10 and 11, and, you know, maybe perhaps to do that going into 7 and 9 would be good. And then we also had folks say that they do not like the part that sticks down into across 8 Mile. They'd rather that stop at 8 Mile instead of going over.
So let's try and work on those issues if we can. Maybe start with District 11 first. And there's a couple of maps that were well received in that area. I think the Cardinal map and perhaps the Kellam Phoenix map might be something we could use to make some changes to District 11, and then see what we can do in Sterling Heights and Troy for the Chaldean community, and then change around the edges to rebalance population as needed.
Okay, I'm saving a copy of the Heron map, and it looks like Commissioner Lang has her hand up.
Commissioner Lang?
Nope, I agree. Go ahead, do the changes, but I would also point out that one of basically the only comment it seemed like that we got on the Heron was the partisan fairness, and doing that's probably going to change the partisan fairness and hence change public opinion. But that's just my opinion. So good luck.
Well, you may be right, and you're welcome to help us try. I don't want to dictate these changes. I'd rather this be collaborative. So I'm open to anyone's ideas or criticisms. Let's start with 11, if we could, John. And I'm going off reference off of Cardinal. Oh, map. I got too many maps here. And the Phoenix map. So I think maybe the first thing we should do is I want to include Eastern Sterling Heights in 11.
Okay, so you want to split Sterling Heights off
Well,
into-
Sterling Heights is split 3 ways right now. I'd like to get that down to 2, maybe along that. I think that's that corridor there.
It's currently split twice. Some of it's in 7 and some of it's in 10.
Okay. So I'd like to get the split. We have 2 different configurations that the Chaldean community of interest appears to like. One where Sterling Heights is whole, and one in where Sterling Heights is split down the river along that, down the middle along that highway. I think it's, I don't know what that road is in Sterling Heights. I'm not an East Sider. What's that main road? Yes, that one.
That's Van Dyke, Commissioner Callahan.
Okay, Van Dyke. So I guess where I'm heading, John, is to try to make District 11 look more like the Phoenix map or the Kellam map, and 9 as well.
Okay, it looks like Commissioner Lang has her hand up too.
Are you considering putting it in 11?
Yes.
Okay, because they also wanted to be with Troy. Troy was part of that COI.
Right. But sometimes we had good comments where Sterling Heights was split along that major north-south highway.
But if you're putting it in with 11, that does not represent the community of interest. The ones that had the comment had Troy in with the Sterling Heights area and encompassed that area.
Not always. Sometimes it had the western side of Sterling Heights with Troy and Rochester Hills. Commissioner Ede, what are your thoughts?
You're asking about the Chaldean COI
Yes.
specifically? I mean, yeah, quite clearly, I think there's two configurations that are preferred and either would suffice. The one that's in the Cardinal map that has Sterling Heights, Troy, and Madison Heights, or the one that is in a lot of the maps that's similar to what we just did with Crane and similar to Linden that has the west side of Sterling Heights with Troy and Rochester Hills. So what you're doing is fine. You just want to keep doing it.
Yes. So John, if you could take the eastern side of Sterling Heights and add it to District 11, please.
Following Van Dyke.
Yes.
Okay, that's 68,000 people.
You know, what might be easier, if you could put the Kellam map overlay on this or the Phoenix map overlay on this, and we can see and try and copy that district 11 map, make District 11 look like that, because the western boundary should go along Sterling Heights and the northern boundary needs to return some of that territory to 24.
Commissioner Lang?
Nope, I'm drawing it back. Sorry.
Commissioner Zatella?
By the northern boundary, are you talking about 11? Or are you talking about the northern boundary that's in 10 and I think that's 7? Which northern boundary are you talking about?
I'm talking about the northern boundary of 11, where it goes above. I need my glasses on. You see the line across the top that goes a straight line across the top of across Sterling Heights. If you just draw it straight across over to the St. Clair Shores region and take out that whole purple area that's on top and return it to District 24. Oh, there they are.
Okay, so you want to put Macomb Township all in 24?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Okay.
And then 11, that's
11
Fraser.
11 is okay as drawn and populated.
11 is okay as drawn. And how is
10 needs 70,000 and 24 needs to lose 70,000.
Okay, so we've got that little corner that's west of East Point that's currently in District 11.
Okay. This part of Warren,
Yes. Let's put that back in 10.
okay.
How is 11 now?
11 needs 16,000 more.
Mm. Well,
24 needs to lose 69,000.
mm,
Commissioner Zatella, is your hand raised?
I'm sorry, I must have left it up.
so should I go south into Warren and add that to 11? Maybe the northeast corner. 11 needs population. Yeah. What is it northeast corner of Warren there? If you continue down Van Dyke and just take the top part off.
Okay, what do you want to take out of 10?
I would like to take across the like 25, 21, right there you see the voting, 25, 21, 18, 17, 28, 94, all the way over to the border and see what that gives me.
Okay,
What have I messed up now? 24.
24 and 10 are 24 is overpopulated by 69,000, and 10 is underpopulated by 75,000.
Okay, so what I would like to do is get the, before I start worrying about population balancing, is get a better COA for the Chaldean community. So to take that little sliver of Sterling Heights that's currently in 10,
Okay,
and combine it with, what's west of that? Where 9 is right now.
Troy.
Okay, yeah, Troy with Rochester. So I want to get Western Sterling Heights, Troy, and Rochester together.
okay. So you want to take this part of 10 and put it into 7 or 9?
Into, yeah, I think put it into 9, and then we're going to make 10 take the bottom part of 9.
Okay, okay, so that's Sterling Heights into 9.
Okay.
That. And then this is still part of 10.
Oh, well, we'll put that into either 9 or 24. We'll see in a minute.
Commissioner Callahan, can I assist?
Please.
Okay, yeah, that part of Utica, that's in 10, put that in 9. As well as the precincts to the left of it.
That's in 7.
Yep, those 3. And then the remainder of Sterling Heights and Troy.
Okay,
And Rochester Hills above it.
and Rochester?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay, now you can do what you want with the bottom part of 9.
So the bottom part of 9 needs to go with 10. So Madison Heights, Hazel, Royal Oak.
okay. So District 9 is 27% over.
How is
District
10? 10's good? 10's
10 is a little over. You've also got this Detroit portion of 10, if you wanted to do something with that.
yeah, let's get that out of there. Let's take that, get that back to 8. And I think, again, we had a lot of public comments around that section of taking those Detroit voters and lumping them with the suburbs there. So I think that can be justified by public comments to give those back to Detroit. All right.
Okay, so now 10, it looks like Commissioner Lang has her hand raised, and 10 just needs a little more population.
Commissioner
Okay.
Lang?
I'm going to voice my concern again. This is not narrowly tailored. And if you're drawing a whole new district to represent the Chaldean community of interest, then they were very vocal about not splitting Sterling Heights. They said that they would be acceptable of how Linden originally was drawn, but they preferred Cardinal, which included all of Sterling Heights. So if you're going to make whole changes, maybe the change should incorporate all of what their preference was rather than a little bit, because there was like 4 maps that they said that they were okay with. But again, I don't see how this is narrowly tailoring when there's multiple districts being changed. Just my concern, I gotta voice it.
No, I do agree, Commissioner Lang. I do. I just wanted to see what this could look like. They're not small changes around the edges for sure, but this was again a very well received map with a lot of hate directed in one spot for where we drew the lines, and that was Macomb County. So this is admittedly a wholesale redraw of Macomb County, and then adjusting other things around the edges as we have to accommodate that. And if the commission thinks that's too many changes, then I'm fine with that. I just wanted to see if it was possible.
Well, another way to look at it too could be, you're taking the best aspects of a lot of maps, right? Like some people, like we've heard the folks in Detroit, like the configuration of Detroit that's in Crane and Zatella and some of the other maps. And that's why you've kept that here, but you're focusing on the areas that people didn't like so much.
Right. That is what I'm trying to do. So let's just see if we can do these last little adjustments here in these northern suburbs and then see what happens from there.
Okay, and also District 8 is now overpopulated by 15,000 because you took in that section. So you might have to shed some of 8 to 3 or some other adjacent district.
Where would be the easiest place to put that, John? That would work
Into 3.
easily. Okay. Sure. So extend it over word. Yeah. So we extend it west. I don't want to do that though. Can we come back to this in a minute? I want to,
Okay, that would just about do what you need doing.
okay, go ahead. That's fine.
So now 8 is okay. It could take a little more if you wanted to. If you get into population issues, you could take a little more into 8 because it's underpopulated.
Okay.
10 is underpopulated by a little bit. You've currently split Warren, and then also 3 is going to have to shed. You could shed, what is it? Part of Oak Park, or is it Huntington Woods here?
Okay. What's going on north of Royal Oak? Go up a little bit north. I think,
So 3 is over now by 18,000. Let me put on the township populations to give you some ideas. So for example, if you took Berkeley into 10, that would just about fix your 3 problem.
okay, let's do that.
Okay, so 3 is okay on population now. 10 is a little off, but not, no, 10 is okay as is. 11 is okay, so you've got 24, 7, and 9 to look at.
Okay. So the side of Auburn Hills, to the east of Auburn Hills, that needs to be moved into 7. Rochester Hill. Oh, wait a minute. Nope, no, back out a little bit. I guess that's Pontiac, Auburn
So
Hills.
yeah,
Down.
9 is over by 72,000. So this would be 65, 70 if you took these into 7. If you want a different direction.
Nope. Go south. Yes.
Okay. Into 7.
Yes, into 7, please.
Okay, so 9 should be close. Yeah, 9 is fine like that. However, 7 is not contiguous at the moment.
Right.
And you've got 7 is underpopulated by 89,000 and 24 is overpopulated by 69,000.
So I need to put more from 24 into 7.
Something like that, yes. So this is 38,000 if you wanted to do that.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so now 24 needs to lose 30 and 7 needs to gain 50. And you've got the ability to make some adjustments in other districts too.
Anthony, what do you think? Seven go east? Let's see, 24 needs to go down and 7 needs to,
Go up.
oh yeah, then take some from 24, just above that little L there, yes.
Okay, so you still need, between the two of them, you'll probably have to pick up a little more population from somewhere because they don't quite balance.
Okay, I'm open to suggestions.
So
Seven could, how's 10?
10 is a little overpopulated. It's still within the tolerance.
I'd go into Waterford here and then take 24 more north and then normalize between 24 and 25 or between 23 and 24.
Okay. So take where it says 36686 and 928.
Do you want to take that into 7?
No, oh no, Waterford. I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong spot. 70. Is that what you
If you take all of that into 7, and then take out the 20,000, that'll get you really close.
Okay, let's try that.
And then you're going to put the 20,000 into 24.
Mm-hmm.
So 7 is right on the money in that configuration. Now 23 and 24 can be balanced more or less. So you have to add into 23. So you probably would go up in this area, but you need quite a bit of population. So you'll be going for a while. So you would go here, 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 or 8. So let's see what you're looking for. Between the two of these, so you'd be 18 divided by 2. It's not quite going to work, but it's close, right? Because 15 and 22 is a difference of 7 divided by 2 would be 3.5. So it won't quite work, but it's going to be close.
So, I honestly don't know too much about that area up there. Are there any communities of interest, public comments, concerns that we need to be thinking about if we're moving large parts of that around? Does anyone have a comment on that?
Commissioner Lane?
I don't have a comment, but John, I was wondering, oh, there you go. If you could scroll out a little bit so I could see what's going on. Thank you.
Sure.
You're in more of the exurbs of Oakland and Macomb County at this point. So I think normalizing it between 23 and 24 in whatever direction you want here would be okay.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
Well, they're similar. It matters, but they're similar communities in that they're the more exurban part of Oakland and Macomb counties.
So you'd have 15 plus 6 is 21, 30, 32. If you took these 4, you'd be a long way towards closing the gap.
Okay. That's fine.
Commissioner Lang has her hand up.
I apologize, John. Is there a way we can move the active matrix and kind of zoom out again? You're quick, and I'm not that quick.
So John, go ahead and take those, please. Those 4 areas there.
Yeah, let's start with this first into 23. Okay, so 23. Again, we're gonna have to take a little bit from somewhere else, but let's see what we've got. So 23 needs 34. You could do the 22 and the 8, and that would fix 23.
What would it do to 24?
24 would have to get more population from somewhere else, like 7, which is possible. You could split this township up here to get a little from 7, or you could take a little bit from 9 if you had to, or 11.
Okay.
Let's see, 13. Okay, all right, so
So
we do both of those, that's 30,000. Okay, you need, and so 23,
what about the one that's right up above at 45, 47? Does that fix it?
no, it's the other direction. We have to give population to 24 now from 23, 7, and 9, or 11.
What do you want to,
I'd stick with 23 and 7 for the direction that you're going currently.
what do you mean?
Well, you need to put some of either 23 or 7 into 24.
Yeah, so if you think about it this way, a negative 1.37, you could drop another point, so that's 2,600 people. In from 23, and then 7 could drop probably enough between 7 and 23, yeah, because let's see, 5.3, and then you get a point there, so it'd be 4.3, and then in 7 you've got up to 2, so it should just about work.
Okay. Whatever you just said.
Okay. Okay, well, all right, so let's focus on 23. So potentially split this township right around
Along
here.
the highway, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so 23 is now just a little off. So that was probably too much. Let me look at the populations. So I'm going to undo that. Okay, if you take this, it'll work on 23.
Okay.
Okay, so now you just need to take sum of 7 into 24, and that should balance.
Okay, so do you want to take that upper northeast corner?
Like up in this area?
Yeah.
Okay, it's close. 7, that was a little too much. So undo that last bit. Okay, so if we took this, this was 5,000 almost 8,000. So 8,000 was too much. So we need a little bit less. So one,
So take
two,
that, yeah,
and then maybe that.
okay.
Okay, that does work.
So is everything balanced now?
Yes.
Okay. So my goal was to make 11 have a better core retention score and to help the Chaldean community. I think that accomplished that, although the changes were pretty far ranging. So that's the only thing.
Commissioner Zatello.
Can we run partisan fairness?
Okay. Okay, so on this amended Heron, the lopsided margins are 3.8 for Republican. The difference is 1.3 Republican. The efficiency gap is 0.9 Democrat. And it's 22-16 on the seats votes with a bias of 5 points towards the Democrats.
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Does
John.
that-
You dropped that kind of fast. Can you bring back up the seats votes for that? Thank you. Just looking at something.
22-16.
Okay. And then can we go back to the map for a second?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Can you put the overlay of the map before I made changes? I just want to see what changed.
Okay, just a second.
So all of these changes were to accommodate the whole plethora of comments we got on District 11 not being changed and the Chaldean community being inappropriately split. And so, and basically all of the negative comments were focused on Macomb County. And also the little public comment about the district dipping down across 8 Mile into District 8. So those were what were addressed here, although everything touches everything. And so it kind of moves out a little bit further from that.
Okay, well, you'll definitely find that the core retention of 11 versus Linden has changed because you've done two things. You've taken Macomb out and you've added Sterling Heights. So those are two big population changes. So this district will be definitely below 75%, probably closer to 60. Then this was the original Heron District 7, and now it's this. And the original Heron District 9 was this, and now it's this. And then the original 10 was this way, and now it's this way. And then 3 and 8 we talked about as well.
Okay, so did I negatively impact other communities of interest? I'm asking the commission as a whole this question.
I actually like most of these. I mean, I think you fixed a lot of the issues that were with Heron, which are, it's also the issues that were fixed in some of the other configurations previously, like Hummingbird or Flamingo or Phoenix. The only thing I think you might have inadvertently changed a little bit is the Huntington Woods, Berkeley area. If you want to zoom in there, it'd be in District either 3 or 10.
And it also looks like Commissioner Kellum has hand up.
Commissioner Kellum?
Oh, I could have waited because I know you just mentioned Huntington Woods, so I didn't want to overlap on a comment because I wanted to see another overlay. I wanted to see an overlay from another map for this map, so I can wait until you all assess Huntington Woods.
Commissioner Lett?
Yeah, I would note that it's 4:48. We have a hard stop today at 5 o'clock. My suggestion would be to send this along with our other amended maps without voting on it, but send it to the attorneys for comments on the changes, whether or not they're tweaks or not. Probably won't be a hard call, and bring it back tomorrow for further comment. We also have a person here who wants to speak to us. So I would move that we send this map along with the others and stop our session for the time being and resume tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Second.
Okay. All right, we have a motion from Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Weiss. Is there any discussion on the motion?
No.
Commissioner?
I just have a quick, my hand is up, but I don't know if there was another hand before mine. I can't see.
Go ahead, Commissioner Kellum.
No, I was just gonna quickly say that I wanted to see the Kellum map, formerly known as Phoenix, that overlay over this map. But I guess that could take place tomorrow.
Okay. Commissioner Lang?
What was the motion?
Stop today.
But you said move this forward?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. What?
I'm sorry. Go ahead and will you repeat the motion?
Yeah, I move that we stop. We send this map to the attorneys for them to have an opinion on tweaking or not tweaking. And we have a gentleman here that wants to speak. So the motion is to stop for the day, bring this map back tomorrow for further comments and hear what the gentleman has to say and then adjourn.
Okay, my only comment would be we voted on a procedure and the procedure says that for the maps that are going forth for reevaluation, we have to vote on them, just so we're consistent in our procedure.
Well,
I don't think he's saying.
I'm not doing that because we're not done with this map, but we can send it to the attorneys to have them have an opinion on it and then finish it up tomorrow. So everybody has a chance to voice their opinion.
Seems to me that that's within the rules, as the amendment that Commissioner Callahan is putting forth doesn't seem to be over yet. So I think it's perfectly fine to come back to it in the morning. Is there any other discussion on the motion?
Chair, can I just confirm previously, Commissioner Lett, I believe you said that you were moving Heron A1, this version that Donna just worked on, along with the Crane versions worked on previously to your attorneys for review. Do you want all 4 of those sent on?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Zatella?
Yeah, I'm assuming if we're gonna have changes to individual maps, we can just send them on as well to have them evaluated.
Well, they need to be in person. According to these, they need to be done in person. So, I mean, but we have all of tomorrow where you can do them in public as well.
Well, it would just be helpful for me to have a kind of pulse on where it's at.
today for VRA and partisan fairness, and then I know if further changes need to be made.
I think you have to make the actual changes in public, though.
Right, but before I get to that point, I want to pulse check on what I'm working on.
So what are you asking? I mean, you have our lawyer's email, you can send them whatever, but I think for it to be
I'll
an
just send it,
official-
I will send it over to Edward and ask him to advance it over to the lawyers.
Okay, well, let's recircle back to what we're doing right now. There is a motion and there has been a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? Okay. With that said, we will move to vote. Can you repeat the motion, Department of State?
Absolutely. The motion is to send Crane A1, Crane A2, and Crane A3, along with Heron A1 to the commission's attorneys for review and analysis, and to allow the gentleman here in person to provide public comment at this time.
We'll go to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye.
The
Aye.
ayes have it.
I'm sorry, that should have been a nay.
All right, the ayes still have it. We will move forward. The motion included to hear from the gentleman that we have in the crowd. Thank you for making that motion, Commissioner Lett, so that we didn't have to suspend the rules. Hello. If you could please state your name for the record and for the commission, and welcome. We look forward to what you got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Doug Geis, Chairman of the Taylor City Council. In all transparency, former state representative. My wife is currently the state senator for the 1st District. She is not eligible to run. What I do want to come before you is to express the interest of the people of the city of Taylor to remain intact and to continue to be within the represented population of downriver and western Wayne. So if you look at the history of the area going back 175 years, Ecorse Township, Magogwin, those downriver communities have always been communities of interest. So I've heard during today's testimony an interest about different the Chaldean populations and so on and so forth. And honestly, I've tried to stay out of this process. Certainly my wife does not want me here at all. But I do want to express the interest of downriver and western Wayne. We have and will continue to be communities of interest. I will note that what is brought before you, the need to do this process, I find offensive. My wife is the first Black woman from downriver to ever represent that area. She is the first Black woman to represent downriver and Detroit in its totality. But as you go through with this process and trying to offset those court issues, I would ask that you pay attention to the downriver area, as John Dingle would say, the downrivers, and make certain that you keep that area intact. So thank you.
We have a question for you, Mr. Geis. Commissioner Lett?
This is kind of a little odd, but have you or your wife received any communications from any commissioners regarding this process?
We have not. I did reach out to the chairman on Friday to ask what was the process to come before you. I did note as I came into this public hearing today, I was not aware of the public comment was at the beginning and not at the end. I work for Ford Motor Company. So I was working this morning. I do appreciate the commission allowing me to speak this evening. I will note for future commissioners and commissions that you come downriver, you come to Western Wayne. We have Wayne County Community College in Taylor. You wouldn't need to pay for that space. Also Wayne County Community College in Van Buren Township. Both areas I represented in the state House of Representatives. From what I can tell, this commission has not met downriver. This commission has not met in Western Wayne. So certainly to answer your question, I reached out to the chairman on Friday to determine what was the best way to communicate to the commission that Taylor, Romulus, and Western Wayne remain whole.
That's fine. And just as an aside, I don't know how many meetings we went all over this state, and there's obviously only so many days that we can do that. And so there are choices that have to be made, but I'm sure that in your past experience, you know what those are.
Thank you, sir. And I do, certainly Western Wayne represents 10 to, more than 10% of the population, downriver and Western Wayne. So as you go forward, it certainly is a huge area within the state of Michigan that I think would be good for the commission to meet in future meetings.
Till the next one.
Thank you, sir.
This time I would make a motion to adjourn. It's 4:59.
There is a motion and a second. Motion to adjourn made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Vallette. There are no discussions on motions to adjourn, so we will go to vote. All those in favor of the motion, please raise your hand and say aye.
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 Any opposed? The ayes have it. We are adjourned at 4:59 p.m.